Hello, I'm Miss Catu. Oh, okay. Sure thing. I'm Miss Catumisk. It is just shy of 3 a.m. Wednesday, the 28th of May, 2025. Look at those prices. This is fucking insane. It's been about a year since I've played this game. I thought I would sit down and take a look at it. Well, I wanted to transfer it over to my other emulator just to be sure. And you know, there was a comment someone made in an unrelated chat that Epic 7's really gone to shit in the last while, apparently. It had already pretty much gone entirely to shit when I played before, so I'm not really shocked that it's continued to go down this shitter. But there is that morbid curiosity about, you know, just how bad things have gone, and performance is pretty fucking bad. Jesus Christ. Those prices. I think like the upsell is just like, it's a joke. It's like a running joke. It's like they're trying to get a good laugh out of you. And they've been doing it for so long, and no one's ever going to pay anything near that for that pittance of shit anyways. That doesn't stop them from trying, I suppose. So, I guess we're going to take a quick look and see what's actually changed. They have a thing here that spams you with notices all the time. And, if you go to the complimentary daily product, they try to get you to go in here to expose you to things that you pay money for. But no one's going to pay that. No way. No way. I've kind of looked around in here and see if they added anything interesting. No, they haven't at all. Nothing's changed whatsoever. I took a brief look in here. They have gear that undoubtedly will roll absolutely terribly. Better itemization than most of them. I mean, you gotta be fair about that. I don't know about that health primary armor penetration ring. What would you use that for? A Ravi? Well, some things will definitely have changed quite a bit in terms of itemization priorities. I have enough Galaxy coins, but I'm saving them for the new Luna that came out at the time when I quit. It's one of the reasons why I quit. The power creep, obviously. The fact that my 4 years in the game, I didn't feel like I had been rewarded at all for the amount of time and energy I put into this. You know, never missing a guild war, never missing a login except for when my cats died. Right, in that period. Doing every hunt event, every side event, all the way up until they started making the events require limited hero unlocks to get their buffs from, to do anywhere near efficiently. That was just a terrible precedent that they just kept running with. LOL, well. No one's gonna pay for that. That's insane. Look at the prices. The prices are fucking unhinged. Welcome back, Start Dash. Pay 14 USD for shit you already have. A 10 roll, if even. Only if you pay it 10 times. This doesn't even have Moonlight 5s. Like, why would you ever use that? Why would you ever use that? The story of summoning, I don't think even means anything. We can't even select any of the new heroes, can we? Oh, it's so laggy. They've added some insane performance drops to this. It's from loading the assets that it's terrible. Let's see, what side stories do we have? Any new ones? This is a new one. Fenris. Gives himself increased attack. They tried to make another tank killer. And I think that the genie had already been let out of the bottle at the point that I quit with fucking Senyo. Who knows, maybe he's decent. Don't know, why is it's so just stalling constantly, over and over and over again. It performs so fucking bad. Who's this? Schneedel. There's that additional damage again. That was something that never should have been added to the game. Who the hell uses poison or venom in this game? The Sharoon, right? That only a few memesters ever tried to use, and she never posed any threat because she did no damage. I never encountered a Sharoon that was dangerous in my entire time playing the game. Maybe they added something else. Right, she appeared too when I was out. Apparently I did this. She has block. Unaffected by any buffs, some beneficial effects, and dispel debuff effects, except when granted by the bearer. I never saw her used. I might even have her for all I know. I think she was regarded to be terrible, at least at the time. She was like too slow to do anything, if I'm not mistaken. I heard that they have just released 2 heroes that are absolutely busted as fuck. I don't know which heroes those are. I did do a few things. I turned on hunts. I breezed through the new episode they added to unlock the, well, we're gonna take a look. It's the, they've changed the interface, and frankly, I find it clunky as fuck now. Before, going to the heroes was very simple. Now you have to go all the way up here, and then to here. Peculiar. Probably the other menu is probably still more efficient. So when I quit, I had not very great gear. All my tanks and bruisers were pretty embarrassing. And a lot of other characters that had situational usefulness just didn't really have gear. Any of the PvE stuff was a disaster. Apparently it took the neck off of her for something, and I couldn't imagine why. There was probably some reason for it. And then we had this piece of shit. When this piece of shit showed up, the game started to become a real pain in the ass. It's just basically RNG all over the place. Him and Green Leluca. The game had already been a pain in the ass with shit like ML Charlotte. But this was really sealing the deal. Absolutely. He's, mine's not very well geared at all, but well, a lot of ones we ran into that just, it made PvP a QTE, is what it was. PvP was already kind of a QTE by that point. And then there was her. 273. Far too fucking slow to do anything useful. And yet, I had to run her against any of those Green Leluca groups because I had nothing that could deal with fucking ML Shu. ML Shu was just hot cancer. Pure cancer, nothing but cancer. Just cancer. So I had to try to decancer those groups. If I remember, it was like Knockwall, Pirate Flan, and Briarwitch's area might have been a part of some of those groups too, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe her. I rolled for limited artifacts. They made, not limited artifacts, they made catalysts here. They have ones for ML5s too. Briarwitch's areas is speed. ML Shoes is also speed. One of the reasons why I quit the game is because everyone and their mom had a 290 ML Shoe. A hyper tank that one-shots everything and is very difficult to kill, while also dealing extra damage to everything and having tons of other insane shit. They made her even stronger. Yeah. I'm not at all surprised this game's rating is as poor as it is. The developer just is completely in their own world. At least they gave us the old ML or the old normal Luna skin. If only she was actually a useful hero. This piece of shit. Why hasn't she been deleted from the... Why is she missing gear? I've been running wyvern hunts and everything with her, and it just apparently doesn't matter. She just kills everything anyways. The perfect para. There's no build better than this. Well, there's better gear than this, but the build is perfect. If only I could max out RNL. I've played this game for over 4 years, and I never even got close to maxing it. I actually never even saw one for like 2 years. 307. Almost competitive, but not. Everybody else got good gear, but I really didn't. Look at his stats. He's got effect resist. He's missing crit damage and everything. But that was the best I could do. So many characters in the game with fucking evasion. So I had to use Symbol of Unity on him. Even though there was definitely characters that could have had more use out of this. Well, I did scout the some of the new heroes added, and I'll leave that for discovery, I suppose. 262, not even worth talking about. 168 effect resist. I'm pretty sure this is my highest effect resist unit. I don't think I can get any higher than that. It was pretty much 50-50 if it ever made a difference. It was just too difficult to get effect resist when you actually needed it. And having meager amounts of effect resist just didn't do you any good. I used her for a long time until she became irrelevant. Hunt. 267. So slow. So slow. Arunka, I tried so hard to make her useful, and nothing I could do to her could make her useful at all. I can count the number of times she was able to one-shot someone behind a shield on one hand. She just was hopelessly worthless. This dude never should have been added to the game. His kit's just too busted. Zach, I relied on him a lot too. His, I believe this crit is too high. I forget the specifics of how the stats go, but it's bad. I don't know anything about the collaboration these are from, but apparently they really dropped the ball on it. Senya, her existence was getting crit by Rem over and over and over again, because RNG is great. There's her. They made her as an attempted solution for ML Landy. But Dark Corvus already existed, so ML Landy never gave me any problems at all. Restriction's nice. I suppose we'll use it. Celine, hard countering 90% of the new heroes they added for a really long time because anything with a non-combat ability just allowed her to kill someone on their team arbitrarily. My Sid was never geared enough to really be that useful, but the speed imprint was nice. I never had the gear for her. Only ran into her a few times. There was one case where her skill 1 did like 23,000 damage or something to my Dark Corvus. Without defense break, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. He was useful when I had him geared, but I really only had like 1 or 2 sets of gear I could shop around, so... Anytime I tried to use my Destina, I pretty much lost. Obviously, bits of gear I've salvaged out of things over time. She doesn't even have any gear. He doesn't have any gear. I remember when Bellion first came out, the most fucking busted unit. Just throw on counterattack. And then people started running injury on her, offering me free wins left and right. Why anyone would ever put injury on her, I don't know, but I never saw a single instance that turned out any better than Counter would have. Counter was always just better. Oh, right, there was the one dude we ran into that had a Bellion that was at like 280, 290 speed or something. I still remember that years later. This hero is one of the reasons why I quit to begin with. Just stupid. I forget the exact mechanics of everything involved at this point, but, well, she uses Albedo's artifact and just penetrates defense and one-shots everything and removes debuffs, and it basically killed everything I could do in the game. I couldn't tank her. I couldn't cleave her. I forget how I dealt with her a few times. I had some mechanic of dealing with her, some rotation, but if I'm not mistaken, I deleted all those videos when I quit, so I don't remember what it was. But the gear on mine is just hot garbage. Hot garbage. See what kind of gear other people are rocking on her. Ein, some, 3F, now, consigo. Okay, never mind. His gear is not really that much better. He's got more effect resist, though. Alvis Peter, 37,000. Updated. 38,000. Nobody even bothers to run counter on her. It's just pure health because it's more damage. Low health evasion units. She deletes everything. She's probably... I imagine she's still quite relevant today. I have no idea what the meta looks like. I have no way of knowing. I'm not even in a guild anymore. I quit it when I left. It took me until her rerun to get her. And I think nearly every single time I ever tried to use her, I lost because my gear is shit. And I pretty much never had problems against her. Only once in a rare blue moon, and it wasn't because of her. It was because of someone else on her team, like this piece of shit. What an annoying character. Just roll the dice. Roll the dice, bro. Depending on the composition, I had ways of dealing with her, though. There were so many groups I ran into that used her, and I just breezed through almost all of them. My win rate against her has got to be like 99%. I had no idea when anyone ever used her in defense. She also has some exclusive equipment. Uses Soul Burn for the first time, increases damage dealt by 50%. God, I remember when Surin was meta. That was terrible, too. I wonder if they ever buffed her in any shape or fashion. She was already pretty strong, mind you. She was definitely a power creep. Enemies cannot counterattack. When I got Commander Pavel, I could finally start playing the game. When I got her, I could actually start winning. A lot of the videos I have right now are, that survived my purge. I have Pavel, but I don't have her, or I think it's when I first get her. So basically, it was always just rolling the dice with Ran and Edda. Because an enemy could counterattack and just one-shot your entire team out of nowhere. Or just kill Edda or whatever. Or bump ahead, right? It was always an RNG shit show. She took that RNG out of it. It was always just a problem of getting her damage high enough. My speed wasn't really that great on her, and I needed to be able to get past enemies that were like 300 plus speed. So, I'm using this, when she could be using better. And then there's my son, my favorite son. My son worked very hard. He probably has like some of my best gear. And he clears. I never maxed out such effect. I can never max out that artifact. She was one of my first ML5s. His gear is hot garbage. She's cancer. This one's supposed to be really good, but my gear isn't good enough for her. Benevolent Broman. Ah, right! She's the one I used with Flan and Knockwall. She's the one I used against those Green Leluca groups. She doesn't have the highest effectiveness of that one, though. The Flan does. Flan would control them, and then she would control the others. Alright. People tried to use her in defense, too. It didn't go too well for them. Did they ever change her? Okay buff to deal with Mort. But Mort is always with Harsetti. And she can't cleanse all of that. Did Mort get a buff or something? He was pretty useless. I mean, he did get a buff back then, and he became more annoying, but he was always kind of bad. I don't know, man. I feel like putting defense break on the other classes is more important than decreased attack. The class debuff just sounds bad. Like, decreased attack isn't going to usually make a big difference, whereas letting your non-cleavers deal huge damage is kind of a bigger difference. And it would help her stay competitive in damage too, if that was ever a problem. An ally is afflicted with a debuff which prevents movement. Ah, yes. She sounded really busted. But the problem is that she's slow as all fuck. And she does no damage. And her ultimate is... well, it seems stronger than it was. I don't remember what it did, though. On paper, she doesn't really sound like an ML5, though. Mine was counter because stuns and counter. Right? But her gear is garbage. Rule I ended up using way more than I should have needed to. Also has shit gear, shit effect resists, and was getting stunned all over the place. My Aravi is missing boots. Interesting. It's okay, her gear was shit anyways. And this dude here trivialized pretty much all of the tank shit that we ran into during that period, all the way up until Senya came out and could just kill my group instantly on contact. He just didn't have enough effect resist. He didn't have enough health, didn't have enough armor. And yeah, he just needed better shit. This is a good boy. He never did anything wrong. Shame about his crit damage, though. Her. I had a few problems with her. I never had the gear for her myself. Tried to use her, didn't have the gear. RB has a when revived by dark contract grants damage and evasion, which probably stacks with fucking Alexa's bat. Why? Like, just why? Like, I feel like you're memeing too hard. Why not make him an actually interesting unit instead? Like, you have the choice to make something interesting. Instead, you don't. Because why would you, I guess? I cannot believe they gave any of these characters speed. But they did. They did. Unbelievable. Holy shit. I got her so late. And once I realized I could use her against those fucking Green Leluca AU Fiend... I can't remember what the third... Anything with Shu that wasn't too fast. And this could deal with it. Oh yes, and then there was her. She's also Cancer. She was Cancer with Janua. They released as a pair. And it was just pure Cancer. That was the one you could not use Celine against. And I did like Politis. I don't know. Politis something. I don't know. There was... I have a video on it. It's been so long. Triggers a dual attack from the ally with the highest attack when using Touch of Chaos. That would actually make her possibly useful. Especially in a more tanking-oriented composition. Because if she doesn't get her RNG, she does nothing. She certainly doesn't do much damage. But you start throwing in more dual attacks on top of procs, suddenly you get some damage in. This dude's broken. I did get a lot of mileage out of her with Zio, especially. There was some cheesy shit we did with Roanna. Absolutely. Cycling, which hero was going to bump her up to avoid certain things, and I forget what they were. There was some dumb shit. What does she get? Increase attack and defense conditions changes to after attacking. Every time someone dies. Did she get buffed? Was it always 10%? That's probably decent. I mean, it's an upgrade. Zio. I don't think he's fast enough. I think he needs more speed. There was still the odd time I was getting outsped. I think the standard for him at the time was around 275. Especially if you're not running Sid or something. So I would, if I had to, I would bring Sid with him, and that would usually let me clear any competition. But his stats are kind of garbage. Ah, right. I remember. They buffed him. They did finally buff Blood Moon Haste back then. And they overtuned him insanely. He became absolute horseshit, where he would one-shot everything, be unkillable, and give everybody immunity on contact. Right. He killed cleaving is what he did. If he existed, you couldn't cleave anymore. You had to tank it. Or you had to do something really odd. The new Luna is probably what you would use against him. Yeah, this guy was really annoying to fight against. People built him as counter, and he would like one or two shot DPS characters with counters. It was just disgusting. Just utterly disgusting. People were so butthurt about this guy. I wonder if they still are. I went on a year-long hiatus from E7 due to how bad this collab was. Let's kill some Arunkas. Is Arunka good now? Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Yeah, because 15%. 15% is very cool. Very cool. She was annoying as fuck. Do I have any other characters that... Oh, I do have her. I have her. I literally never did anything with her. I gotta dupe Sharoon. It's too bad she's still useless. Okay. Well, that's what I had. Let's see what was added to the game. So, there's a Renak. I have no idea how you get her. I'm assuming that she's just a standard hero. Dispelling all buffs. Yep. For decreasing combat readiness by 30% on upgrade it. And inflicting pilfer. And an extra turn. Decreases basically all the stats by 20%. And gives them to her. Her ultimate penetrates target's defense because, why wouldn't it? Damage dealt increases proportional to the attacker's speed. That often isn't that significant, but who knows. Activates a security sensor by mistake, dispelling all buffs from the caster and inflicting stun for 1 turn, and then deals 7,000. This is unmitigated damage on all enemies. Ignores effect resist. She exists just to arbitrarily one-shot some character and then deal massive damage to the others, which, depending on who you initiate with, is basically a full wipe. By the way, this also penetrates defense, in case you didn't want to use the other one. Everything she has except for this penetrates target defense. Yeah, I guess this one she hits an enemy with this. So she can't get 40%. She'll get 20%. That's still a lot. That's a lot. She's basically like a Senya with even more extra free damage. We got this hero, which was from the story. She seemed pretty generic. Increases speed to all allies. Grants extra turn. Buffs granted to the caster are applied as undispellable. When attacked, damage suffered in one attack does not exceed 70% of max health. They kept doing it. They kept doing it. Has a 20% chance for each buff granted to caster to grant cascade. So it sounds kind of like she does what Sharoon does, just better. And then she sustains while dealing lots of extra damage. Presumably. Is she actually good in PvP? I'm not really sure. You can view this at declaring episode 5. Okay. Right, there was Biblis, who I think was also supposed to be another Landy killer or something at that point and just didn't do anything. There's Fen, who has a snake. Applies injuries. Arbitrarily gets critical hit chance. Increases shit proportional to injuries ratio. Has an RB effect. Okay. The skill 1 is basically a paragraph of fucking text, but she scales off of self-damage and heals allies. So that's different. I guess it depends how powerful it is. Can we fix her? 20,000 health. Full crit damage. Basically, she's another tank that revives, gives herself shields and scales. Apparently she does a lot of damage according to Brig Daddy. Frantic flight value is busted on her. That's the event one currently up. I'm actually trying to get that, but I'm probably not going to be able to. Guard Captain Crow. Granting vigor to the caster, and does AoE. Oh look, 50% combat readiness out of the gate. Cannot deal a critical hit or heavy blow. Penetrates defense again. They just really threw that around like candy. They were like, everything has to penetrate defense. And there's the stun, decreasing combat readiness by a huge amount. Ignores effect resist. Scales off of defense. More combat readiness. Tough nut. I don't know why his hair is green. Young Senya. Dispelling all debuffs. They always have to dispel all debuffs. You're removing it. You're removing all the buffs. You're dispelling all the debuffs. There's no like actual play involved. It's just, oh god, bye bye. It's very binary. It's just very uninteresting. After attacking on the bearer's turn, a critical hit deals additional damage. After being attacked, gains 20 fighting spirit, dispels all debuffs from the caster, attacks all enemies, gain extra turn, successful attack inflicts maximum health damage. When the foremost ally is an earth elemental, gain 40 additional fighting. That'll be 70. She won't actually, no. Yeah, she won't actually get her turn on this. Oh no, never mind. This is without the skill enhance. You can't CC her. She also kills cleaves. I couldn't cleave her. None of my cleaves would work against that, I don't think. This creature just looks autistic as hell. Always pair her with Alencia. Monsters pair her with Mort. 24th. Wow. Good God, man. Increases health of the caster and the foremost ally. Has a 90% chance to increase combat readiness of the foremost. Jesus. Jesus. Always triggers a dual attack. This little turd has made a horrible meta nearly unplayable. Why does she do so fucking much? A self-cleanse on hit, then insane AoE, then AoE cleanse and push. Oh, almost forgot she gives Mort more health and extra boom. Devs are brainless. Ningan S1Ayers hero review. I have to wonder what they changed on Mort to make him even dumber. Frida. Dispels one debuff from all allies. That's like the least insane ult we've seen yet. Grants Oasis one ride pass to the caster and the foremost ally. Does not cost any soul to activate first soul burn. She has got to be like the least insane hero I've ever seen. $274. She's basically an attacker hero to eliminate the need for the book. That's from what it sounds like. And maybe cycle. So she's probably a pretty strong support from the sound of it. I didn't really use those very much myself. I didn't really have the gear to do so. I did take a look at Festa Edit before, and she didn't honestly really seem that strong. You get a 25% effect chance, but is not a guaranteed silence. The unable to be affected by cooldown increase and decrease effects is kind of silly, but everything in the game either removes all debuffs, grants immunity from just existing, just farting, or comes with immunity prepackaged. And this doesn't remove any buffs. When not granted stealth, she removes all debuffs and grants shyness. Shyness doesn't give her any benefits. After attacking, when having shyness, she then dispels 2 buffs, decreasing combat readiness by 50% before an 85% to inflict decreased defense, which does not increase with a skill up. So she would have to attack and then alt. Yeah. And the kit doesn't really work that well in the meta that the game was in like a year ago. The best debuffer, even if the enemy has F-res, something has to give. And it will give. Okay, well, it's got some impressive stats on her, but nothing that deals any damage. So she's just there just to apply the debuffs. Which, I mean, silence is useful, but I think that she is being used as like a counter. Kind of like how some people would run, I don't know, there was something they'd run slower than Conquer or Lilius to intercept. And this dude just deals additional damage. Also gives people AIDS. I know the feeling. Immortal Wukong came out when I was playing, and I didn't bother rolling for him because he was kind of made explicitly to deal with one rift thing, and I didn't really have the free shit to roll for him. But we were starting to see the critical hit resistance and shit all over the place, and penetration resistance, which, well, I guess that's the natural evolution of the power creep from giving literally everyone in the game penetration after a point, because that's, I don't know, a thing. Then we have Afternoon Soak Flan, who I think might have been a limited unit because she wasn't on any of the drop tables. She decreases defense and increases readiness of all allies by 20% and always crits. Soul Burn to just ignore effect resist. At the start of battle, gains 3 focus, 50% evasion, and an additional 50% evasion for like 2 or 3 attacks. I guess it'd be 2 attacks. After an ally uses a basic skill, trigger a dual attack. And increase the combat readiness of the caster. She has stun. It always crits. When used on the caster's turn, it deals AoE. So that's AoE stun, maybe? Presumably? Always crits. Broken. Just broken. And the best characters with S1 AoE had the weakness of not triggering counters. Or of triggering. Oh yeah, she doesn't trigger any counters with that AoE. The Har meta. As she has decided to just kill it. This game is a dumpster fire for Arena. Why do y'all have so much crit rate on a character who crits 100% of the time? I don't know, the lifesteal is interesting. Lifesteal, she's really slow though, but I mean, you can't hit her ever, so it doesn't matter. Just full evasion. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. I'm really confused by that. What's her artifact? She gives herself attack. Half the shit can't even remove it. She's good literally anywhere. 100% dodge, fair and balanced. Strongest unit in the game. Even with garbled pieces, she kicks. Ban protect my queen. Why so many idiots with their arty but 350 CD? I thought someone told me that it goes over, but it just... Yeah. I'm here to write a salty review. What do you mean you do 20k to a 30k 1400 def unit? Is that how much she does? Wow. Okay. Yeah, when we're looking at these, we're not seeing their modifiers, so some of them could be pretty busted. It sounds like that she's very well balanced. I don't have him and I don't have her, but I don't think they're really important. And this is the dude we were looking at that just was kind of just kind of who's she? Attacks enemy relentlessly with 74% chance to inflict target and decrease speed. Grants a promotion, deals damage according to max health. Oh wow, 5%. That's a wallop. Enemy's health has 75% chance to exploit enemy weak points to caster. Enemy dies, grants promotion. Promotion can stack up to 6 times. Okay. I can't math in my head what that equates to, but it's still not tremendous for having to kill 6 units. Definitely not a PvP unit. And we never saw her at all. Specialty change. It didn't really look like they've done anything with it at all. This one's new. Attacks the enemy with a sword. What the hell is a heavy blow? Psst, penetrates the target's defense by 30%. When the caster's health is 30% or less, penetrates by 70%. She's there to tank, probably with effect resist, take an immortality, and then one-shot someone. That's my guess. Grants immortality for 1 turn. Upon receiving lethal damage when the skill is not on cooldown, grants the same effect to the caster and fully increases cooldowns. What do you mean fully increases? I guess it resets her ult if it was already used. I'm thinking she's basically yeah, there it is. She's like a single target BBK cheese. Good God, man. Stupid. Those are very, very gear dependent characters. Westwind Executioner Shuri. They're trying to see how long they can make these names before their client crashes. Attacks all enemies, inflicts burn and bombs. Why do they always mix burn and bombs? They really like that. Increases effectiveness, cannot trigger critical hit or heavy blow. What the fuck is a heavy blow? Grants explosives to the ally in their back row except for the caster. Yeah, there's a few heroes who would really like that. He is like a mix of Jacko and Pirate Flan. Works great with NM Luna and SBA. Yeah. Oh yeah, it isn't SBA. Does she detonate? Does she detonate bombs? Well, she would spread everything and add more fire. He's probably a hero I would have rolled on. After using an attack that targets all enemies, has a 70% Yeah, the artifact power creeping is probably insane, honestly. And there is her. She's kind of stupid too. The seal is a really big one. You would need seal for a lot of shit because of those evasion buffs. She has to get rid of the evasion buffs. I think that she would be mandatory to run with any kind of speed composition. Who knows if she does any damage on her own, though. They added in Perian Elnov. I was reading her before, but I kind of forget what she does. She applies injuries, so it's kind of the same as the first one. Dispelling 2 debuffs from all allies. Increases penetration resistance. Every attack suffered by an ally gives herself combat readiness. She sounds stupid. Really depends on her numbers. I already saw a sit. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them here. So there's an Arunca, but this isn't Arunca. She has no cat ears. I don't know why they called her Arunca. It's not her. The ML versions of these characters are supposed to be like alternative versions of theirs, but this isn't Arunca at all. It's a completely unrelated character. There's no cat ears. Kind of missed the whole point of that. Maybe they forgot that Arunca already existed in the game. She decreases defense, increases defense, and barrier. And is defense scaling. When the caster is in front row, grants ferocious stand, and whenever she is attacked, increases combat readiness by on upgraded 25%. Allies except for the bearer cannot be selected as a target for attacks. Already within the span of this, we've seen a few things that could be really stupidly stacked together, like units that if you have to attack them, it's through an AoE, and you just use the units that scale off of being attacked or something, or with evasion, or whatever. Or the units with immortality, for example. This is stupid. Everything she does for attacks decreases defense and scales to defense. And this is like a Karina situation. Dealing with her is like dealing with a fat girl who won't let you talk to her hot friends. 3,100 defense. That is so gross. Successor Teiyu. Counterattacks when suffering a critical hit. Dispelling 2 buffs from all enemies. And a chance to decrease defense before granting invincibility. When the caster is granted possession, extends buff durations and grants an extra turn. When combat readiness of an enemy is decreased, gains fighting spirit. Well, everything in the game fucking decreases combat readiness now. This dude sounds stupid. Decreasing combat readiness by 20% always results in a critical hit. Alright, let's see what they gotta say about him. He has too much RNG. Making it work is almost like pulling Exodia. 100% fail an ally to pushback. Just call him 15% Teiyu. Well, yeah, that's like 90% in the game. Don't you know it? People love 15%. That's why they keep it in the game. Does S3 need to ignore effect resist? Yeah, I was just thinking, are you going to build effectiveness on him? Because you might need to. So. Really needs 100% defense strike or make it unresistible. ERT, why speed when you can solo the team? I feel like you do want effect resist on them. I like his design though, he is cool. And this one here is ignores damage reduction. She kind of just looks like the regular one. And deals increased damage to light elements. Immune to buffs and debuffs. Increases defense proportional to attack. When damage suffered is 24% of max health of an ally. Read disguise against a random enemy. What the fuck does that even do? This. It activates her ult. Great. Oh look, more combat readiness. They just threw combat readiness onto every unit in the game. Oh my god, is that a cat? She's got a cat. She's got 2 cats. She's got cats. She has terrible rating. When she counters, she is amazing. Jesus. She has one job, and she's terrible at it. Can't one-shot Celine. Can't one-shot Barunka. Needs total one work. You know, if people think that just because you can't one-shot a unit that it's bad, maybe your game's balance is in a bad spot. I would say it's in a bad spot. Grants challenge to all allies. Deals 10% of the targets a maximum health. Increases the speed. Jesus. Decreases buff durations of all enemies by 1 and provokes. The 15% squad is here. After being attacked, increases combat readiness of all allies and triggers a counterattack from all allies. Oh my god. Does that... Oh my god. You would stick her with that one unit, with Barunka, and then you would stick something in the back that is squishier, and then the enemies can't AoE it at that point. Otherwise, there's so many combinations. This unit's broken. She apparently got balanced at one point where maybe she wasn't as broke. Give her a real buff or a refund. Still has too many counters. Well, this is a non-combat attack, so that will trigger Celine. And that could be bad. I can see ways to make her work, though. She sounds broken. Maybe it's just the other units are just so fucking busted that she is not as a result. Oh yes, here's a para that also doesn't have any wolf ears. So it's really not para at all. It's some random character that's unrelated. Granting rampage to dark elemental allies. Grants an extra turn. Speed and evasion. There it is again. And swift attack. Increases evasion by 35. What does that upgrade to? I don't know, like 50. At the start of the turn, increases attack by 20%. Can stack up to 5. Increases combat. What the fuck? Look, additional damage proportional to the attacker's defense. 290. I was gonna say, yeah, Euberius is really busted. She probably just one-shots half of these characters that have, like, you can only take so much, like 50%, like Celine. Well, that's the ML Celine. Probably dies when one hits her instantly. This dude's gear is fucking nuts, though. Holy shit. I wish I had gear anywhere near this. Some of his stats, secondary stats, are kind of bad, but I guess she's not really there to do that much. She's an initiator. She probably does well enough with just attack. And just ignores the crit. Just goes for squishies. %20 extra evasion for Ryle out. He's still gonna get hit. Jesus. New kid add-in. They added yet another add-in. Having like 4 of them wasn't enough. They added another one. Inflicts injuries. When granted vigor and deals additional damage equal to percentage. She tames her inner violence. Add-in was a problematic child. Oh, look, she of course also has evasion. And is granted vigor and counterattacks when someone misses her. And this one doesn't have a cooldown. Oh, counterattack 1 turn. There it is. It's less than her ascended version. At the end of someone's turn, when the caster is granted vigor, increases combat radius by 20%. Everything is just throwing around bonus damage and combat readiness fucking everywhere. This game is fucking out of control. Can kill tanks, but dies easily to tanks. 3F and Rocket Punch coming for you, and evasion is a lie. Finally playable. It's still awful after the buff. No reason to use her. TU2. 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 Def Guild War. Looks like you just force her down through the evasion, honestly. They never did any new collaborations. That's it for the units in the last year, I guess. The game kind of seems like it's gotten a little fucked since we last played. Like, it's looking a little fucked. The heroes sound a little stupid. Uh-oh, my hero inventory has been reached. What did I pick? Oh, right. It was from rolling. Oh, right. Before we do anything else, I want to check. Can you expand? You can't expand that anymore. You can't expand this anymore. Oh, yes, you can. Oh, my God. You can expand it to a maximum of 700. That's crazy. So these items here are, they're from a new hunt thing they added called, I forget. But anyways, they're supposed to be easier to level, or at least have better rolls. I'm gonna be skeptical on that. Well, that's already dead, so... Can I smash it? Yep. Let's try this. Well... those are a nut bust so far. Let's see here. What else do I have? This is junk. Let's try leveling this. Okay, okay. We're cooking, we're cooking. Oh, it's dead. It's dead, Jim. I wouldn't even know what gear is worth hanging onto at this stage. Feels like you would have to, the fuck? So this interface is also different. You see less on the screen now, and it feels a little less responsive than it used to be. So we're gonna quick battle this, which is quite laggy. I don't know why it would be laggy, but it is. So why that is limited, I couldn't tell you. It feels like just a bait to try to get you to spend more money. Kind of like this. But you aren't baiting anybody because nobody would ever spend that kind of money. So let's go into Arena. I dropped all the way from Champion, whatever, 3. Which I had ascended to doing absolutely nothing. To, Gold 1. Because you just cease to exist. So here's, I think this is the ML character we didn't see last time. So I don't know what she does at all. And we're gonna do it kind of the old-fashioned way. Like, like this. This account level is 62. It's really laggy. Okay. At the start of battle, the speed of the caster is fixed going forward, and the speed of all heroes except for the caster is limited to a maximum 90% of the caster's speed. On the caster's turn, combat readiness, increased laws of all heroes is not applied. All heroes except for the caster. What the fuck? Okay. It's really lagging. Blem. Now you two are stunned. I don't know, I'm really confused by everything that happened in the middle of that. Game's running at like 1 frame a second every now and then. She's not really doing that much damage, honestly. But the fact she's able to attack still so much is still pretty crazy. Oh, that was interesting, I guess. What other attacks do I have here that I can throw at this? Huh, I had some interesting groups configured here. What is this group that he's got? What is this? I forget what she does already. She's like counter or something normally, right? What was she? It's 2 sets of revives. 3 3 sets of revives, technically speaking.
승부의 결과는 언제나 찰나의 순간 결정하겠지.
They apparently have no gear. Except for the one. The one has gear. It's really laggy. She revived. What the fuck? She revived an ally, not herself. Evidently, I didn't read that very well. She... What the fuck? Didn't we reduce her turns on top of it? I have no idea what revived rule at all. I'm really confused by that. I have no idea why the rule revived. I thought it was her passive, but I guess not. Well, set up a different group here. Let's do something a little different. Like this. I don't think they live para at all. I think they just die. Oh, you're ahead of her. Oh, you know what? Fuck this one. Okay, well, I mean, you did something. Here, your turn. Surely you kill her. Surely. There you go, 11k. This wasn't so bad. It's so laggy. The simulator was supposed to perform better, not worse. It's probably Blender. Her damage is so stupid. That's before the bonus damage. And that's with like the world's shittiest gear. What's your gear looking like, dude? You are actually fully geared. Well, with those stats, I'm not really so sure if fully geared is the right word for it. You're confidently geared, huh? Let's find out what this does. Have a dog. Oh, a lot of damage. Ermion. Gay stars. We're going up against people who probably haven't played this game in years, but their accounts for some reason are still here. I'm just trapped in this purgatory of dead souls, and probably once we hit the like master or whatever it is, I don't know what the ranks are at this stage. We'll just you know, slap the Shota. Good job. All right, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, check it out. All right, now this gets disgusting. Oh, that was only a single target. I guess she didn't have her. No bonus damage. Shame. 14,000. All I want to do is create this wombo combo with green Litica that does no damage. It looks something like this. God, her damage is so bad. She's not going to do any damage. I'm just going to go for this one. Wow, her damage is shit too, actually. Poke. On the other hand, yeah, that one's insane. It helps he probably had like 0 defense. Oh, I don't have any more flag. Oh, I can buy them with these. Perfect. Oh, she removes it. Lorena died instantly. It's such a shame. That was disgusting, honestly. They don't have any gear. It's tragic. Oh shit, one of them might actually survive. Oath of punishment. Alright. Ah, I squeezed ahead. Knockwall might have been our highest damage, actually. Knockwall was the highest damage. Good job, Knockwall. To be fair, I have crit on her for a very good reason. The restrict on her can actually be really good. The off-turn restrict. That may be something you want. Like, if you were going to attempt to fight the current meta with what I have, she might actually be like semi-relevant because of that. Because there's so many things that give combat readiness. It's kind of dizzying, honestly. I have to wonder how this one here interacts with Zio. Let's find out. I'm really curious. Does she go ahead of Zio? I could actually even lose this, even though he's account level 46. He has a lot of upgraded stuff, which is really funny. I'm just curious though, like, does she get ahead of him? No, he stays ahead of her. Interesting. Okay, that's worth figuring out and learning. Is that he gets ahead? She's ahead of everyone else though, because of her passive. He stunned the one that I wanted him to stun. That's really what came as a result of this. If if she gets a turn, does she bump everyone up? That's what I want to know. I think her thing applied in the beginning of the fight. It's just that Zio just got ahead of her anyways. It's so laggy. It's definitely like the hunt thing in the background that's doing it. I do not know why that would be so laggy. It's kind of crazy, especially on a processor as powerful as mine. Jesus. This guy's supposed to be garbage. He's just destroying everyone in 2010, just like Savior. Like, just ignore the fact his ultimate gets 15%ed and is worthless. Just sit there and stun them, just like Dizzy, except he's dark. Just imagine, he might actually be legitimately good. Zio will probably get ahead of her every time. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't think people are going to build her that fast. She's not going to be over 300 speed. Like, my Zio can probably beat like a 320. Everyone else got ahead of me, but it doesn't matter. We can tank that. What it does, yeah, what it did influence is she didn't push them down far enough for them to get knocked behind me. That's kind of interesting. Poke. That will always be silly. I'm now master. Oh shit, dude. It's another Zio. You know what we do against the other Zio? We run Zio against him, obviously. Watch him actually be faster than me. I mean, I can get speed RNG. His Zio has no gear. I've heard that Mort is bad, so I guess we'll remove him. Or try to, anyway. Dude had holy sacrifice. There it is, there it is. Alright, alright. Don't worry about it. I've got a plan. It's called one shot him a second time. Oh, okay. Alright. This is a PvE hero, I think. We've seen him once and he never got a chance to do anything. Huh? He did something. What the hell was that? Hold on, what was that? That was different. That was definitely new. So they revised him again. Cannot act for a certain number of turns. Has a 40% chance to dispel. Interesting. So they gave him multi-turn stun. That's crazy. They really buffed him. Holy hell. Now I can see why everyone doesn't like him. And it doesn't even dispel on being attacked. Okay. Alright. Poke. And they died. Oh, no point using that. Guess I'll use this. So Mort has an absolutely insane crowd control now. He really doesn't like her. Gotta have that base draw for his sub 6k damage against an armor broken target. No one's attacked me. I'm pretty sure no one is active at this point. I was trying to do a few PvE things. I suppose I'll talk about them in a little bit. What the fuck? She starts with skill nullifier? What? How utterly bizarre. He was like 300 or something. So we encountered somebody else who probably hasn't played in a few years, but still had really insane gear and units. Oh, we'll get to see her. He's level 65. But we can totally show how annoying that character is. She might one-shot me. Like, I can lose this very easily. Now, she's gonna activate her thing, observe, and boom. Barrier, AoE damage, remove all debuffs, and now she will one-shot your group. And the only thing you can do from this point is try to kill her before she does anything. Now, obviously, I've got a gear advantage here, but I can still very easily lose this. Even though it's like level 50 and shit. Like, I hit the green Leluca, which definitely helps, but you know, it's really the gear difference. If he was fully geared, I'd just lose. Hard counters are just great game design. So good. My plan won't even work. Like, it just won't work. 15% LMAO. 15%. Okay, fuck it. Here we go. 15% LMAO. Two more 15%s. 2 more 15%. This game is amazing. I just love that it's 50%, not 15%, it's 50. We don't have any armor breaks, but I think that we can boost her damage as high as possible. I don't remember what the order of operations is for this. I think this is gonna push her too far ahead, and Politis won't get a turn, so I won't get the rage from him. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I'm kind of sad about that. But hey, at least I have normal rage. There was something that they added. I want to look at it here. So, that heavy blow thing, I was trying to figure out what that was. And I noticed inside damage type, it says strike. Has a 30% chance to occur when the attacker fails to make a critical hit. Damage increases by 30%. They really like the number 3. Just like medicine. They learned it in college. They gotta have 3 on everything. And to display a larger than normal attack. I have to wonder if that's always been in the game, because I don't think I've ever noticed that. A little disgusting. She might get ahead of Briar Witch's there. That's possible. Why does she have stealth? I don't know. I mean, most of my characters, when I was in this game for over a year, weren't even as fast as this one. The dude's got insanely good gear. Isn't she one of the ones has like 80,000 different fucking evasion? Holy shit. This character here is new. This dude here is an attacker. He's not a defender, he's an attacker because he scales a whole soul burn. So he's not really that good. This dude was buffed when I last played. So we kind of gotta watch out for him. Like, we should land lots of debuffs. Actually, we won't land a lot. Yeah, he's pretty fast. His gear is not that bad at all. We've destroyed their guild, I'm pretty sure. That's 15%. That's the good shit. That's the good shit. This dude is very fast. Except for his crow. His crow is, his bike took a hike. Well, we'll see how much damage he does to her. Well, Proof of Valor sure as fuck didn't save her. I'm gonna go for this dude. Okay. I don't know. He may not have had gear. She did have Proof of Valor, though. I don't remember. I know a lot of their heroes added were defense, but I don't remember really what any of them were like. She missed all 3 of them. That's a shame. Alright, we'll kill him. Or not. It's kinda It's kinda Jover. Doesn't matter that she missed. I thought she had she does have evasion, doesn't she? Oh, he got a turn. He has almost 20,000 health. I mean, he's better geared than most of my healers. This time I'll have armor break. Alright. I don't think that guy removes debuffs, but if he does, then I actually will lose this. I'm pretty sure. I don't like how he misspelled whale, though. That concerns me. Okay, at least one crow has no gear, but we don't have a lot of armor breaks. My Rand is gonna loop them, all of them, because of the down. I think he might have looped them anyways. Oh, it's gonna be disgusting. Oh, the Alencia. Oh shit. These are the people trying to tank their accounts, I think. Cole Heenho. know. I don't know why he didn't have a fourth character in his group. That's dizzy. The dude is dizzy. What did I tell you? It's a shitty item. What do you even do with this? What do you even do with this? What a joke. How do you feel about these items? Do you think they're going to be hot garbage? I think they're going to be hot garbage. The stat distribution on them is terrible, but if it rolls really well, it could be good. For like Summer Azaria or something. We would have to see like no health rolls, so it's kind of already dead. Since we haven't seen any speed rolls, this is already a dead item. Yep. So these items here, it was what I suspected. You can't actually reforge these items, so they're worthless. They're basically there for starting fodder, but I kind of got that impression by the fact of how easy the ogre thing was. But they are just, they're starter fodder. I'm just making sure this is actually fucking working. So this Hollow Trials is a pain in the ass. Everyone's apparently using a Kate's that I do not have. I never bothered to use her. I have Diane, but I've never bothered her either. They're all using this new character that I don't have either. I have noticed that there's a couple of like hard DPS groups, and I think they might be like double Bloodstone or something, because I tried it with solo Bloodstone and it really didn't work out. Oh, so these are on the challenge mode that just straight up one-shots me, so I think these guys probably have better gear than I do. Like, a lot better. I like this one in particular. This is a nice one. All the same thing is everybody's using that same character, though. This is obviously like her event. So, I don't know. I don't really have the patience for messing with these, but this is where the currency comes from, so. One would hope they didn't like overbuff the other ones and made them really annoying. This dude's annoying. I don't have characters to set this up, I don't think. At least not leveled and geared. So, I'm probably going to skip that as well. There's not really much incentive to do those, honestly. I've just been doing this. Frankly, I don't think I even need a healer in this group, but you never know. We can actually expand this now. Yay. I'll just gradually expand it every time it asks. I don't need the Sky Stone. Then I did the Hwayoung recording, which I ended up releasing as a second video. The following recordings here are directly after that, and then some time after that. My friends, I have good news to report. Out of all the people that I murdered yesterday, the only person to take a revenge match against me was the dude that had this group. This is amongst the recordings that I lost. So we can finally set right all the wrongs by OBS and engage in warfare. Beat that piece of shit. Yeah, get him too. 17,000 damage. 18.3. He doesn't have any gear on his dogs. He's got to gear his dogs so he can have a true battle. Yeah, that was the only person to attack me. And it shows unknown opponent for all the ones I was fucking around with. I could probably go all the way up to Legend, doing what I was doing, honestly. I don't see why not. I mean, I would start running into faster opponents, because my Amid's pretty slow, but... I might do World Arena when, you know, when we're at the end of season and get that skin, whatever it is, even though I don't have the character. Yeah, I can't do our thing here anyways, because she's She's not available. It might be for the best. That character is frankly busted as all hell. No guild war. I'm not in a guild. Probably won't be. I'm honestly, like, Guild Wars was just incredibly frustrating with the way the game is. Like, it's just... It's really, really, really tedious, and it's just, it's already very RNG dependent, but Guild War is even more RNG dependent. They have this weird, I don't know what this is. Some kind of, like, twin stick shooter, but not twin, like, single stick shooter. And it's like, it's clunky and awkward as fuck. Maybe it's better on a phone. There, I finally have an attack that doesn't have me trying to micromanage shit. And you gotta do this for 10 minutes to do one match. It's kind of crazy. It's a really long time. Dude, I'm an auto combat player. I don't fucking care about the PvE in this game. And this isn't even the same game. I didn't sign this game to play over whatever the fuck this is. At the very least, it should be optional. But, like, it seems like a chunk of the fucking rewards are based on this. Alright, let's do a few more fights here. I would presume most of the people camping at Champion 5 is like, that's gonna be where the bulk of the population is. It's either gonna be Challenger 5 or it's gonna be Champion 5. Whichever one you camp at. Challenger 5 before was very calm and casual because you basically could never decay. Champion 5, they introduced decay. I think maybe it always decayed, but then they revamped the arena system at this point, and it seemed like the decay was much harder. So I was looking around the every time I see this team I gotta laugh. I was looking around the reviews and stuff for that Hwayoung, and most people seem to think that she's actually underpowered. I find that, like, okay, I can understand it, absolutely. I mean, I've been watching her one-shot shit left and right. She's supposed to be a counter for this character. This character here is supposed to be broken. I'm just gonna do against this composition what I normally do against everything. And if it doesn't work, then we can sit back and think, huh, so what would you do? But I have no reason to think that this won't work. The only thing that might kind of screw me up is the Briar Witch Azaria also has her exclusive equipment that gives oh, it's not even maxed out. It can give 10 speed. That's insane, honestly, but it's quite rare to run into a really fast one anyway, so it's more like padding on her behalf. I actually think I would prefer to see an attack on her. I thought that one was interesting. Yeah, I never was able to upgrade Misha. And it just, that's another artifact that never appeared. So it kind of seems like the bike Arunka plus the man, they are slow as absolute molasses. The bike Arunka plus is it Summer Flan or Spring Flan? I don't know where she comes from. Plus we never armor broke Fifi's, so that could be an issue. We never even removed her immunity. A little bit of 15% there. So, the way that this one's supposed to work is she's supposed to screw over single targets. So if you're bringing like Zio, you pretty much have to bring Roanna. So if you're gonna go into this with RTA, and you try to draft that composition against him, he could just ban either Zio or Roanna. Well, he would probably actually prefer to ban Roanna and let Zio through, because Zio can't do anything on his own. Whereas you could put another fast character in with Roanna, and it bypasses her entire thing. So as far as my compositions are concerned, her on her own isn't an issue. I think what would actually be an issue with her is if we saw her with that Harvati, whatever you pronounce her name as, Harvati, plus that one Well, anything that really like gains combat readiness based on someone else being hit. So even like Arius would be not Arius. Hilag Lance, that's it. Yeah, that one would be an issue. Now, I'm not really sure how she stats, but she seems to have a lot of health, because the bigger ones that I was fighting up against, and this one here, they just did a lot of tanking, and just really seemed to be like a combination of both armor and health. Now, she should transfer some of these debuffs here, except we have immunity, so she can't. But, oh, okay. All right, that's interesting. I didn't read that part. She dispels all buffs. Yeah, that's much more powerful than I thought. So, you actually, you don't want her to have effect resist. I mean, she can just get stunned or sealed, but that's actually really strong against this composition, because if, for example, we had not brought Briarwitch's area and we got hit by Euphine for some reason, like she revived, that could be an issue. So we're definitely seeing some stronger groups show up here. Some much more interesting looking groups. But, so I have no idea what she does. They actually have two different versions of Hwayoung now that are referred to in-game as just Hwayoung. So, like, the Summer Hwayoung is just Ardent Waves Hwayoung, but she's not Ardent Waves Hwayoung of Fire Hwayoung, because her hair color is completely different. She's the summer version of this Hwayoung, and, like, we have reached FGO level territory of what the fuck is going on at this point. I wonder if I'm going to be trading wins with that dog dude. The dog dude used that Arunka plus whatever. I think if I swap out my Janua with Briarwitch's area, suddenly he can't do that anymore. He'll lose. But then someone just has to bring Celine, and Celine will fuck up my my Rowana. Although I guess she would do it after Rowana's already attacked, so it's not as big of a deal. But the only thing I'm worried about doing this is I have no idea what this character does. She could be like 280, 290 speed, and then I will just lose. I will lose right away. And AE Winter, I used to have her close to 230, 200 something effectiveness. I forget what she used for her neck. And I guess I kind of like had the same problems that, no, I had something different than this. I might have used this, or it might have been this that I used, actually. It might have been. So I stripped her for Knockwall. And the problem is that you'd get 15% in. So I tried to use her for those green Litica groups, or green Luluka. God, the names are... I'm bad with names these days for some reason. It must be the years catching up to me. And, I don't know, I remember her crit being maxed, so I'm kind of confused by that. It's possible I changed some other gear, but... we would get 15%ed constantly, and I had or have lots of recordings of that. I deleted all the recordings I had, except for some old ones I missed when I quit. I just rage quit. I deleted like a year and a half of video just on the spot. I said, fuck it all. Because I was just so mad. I really crashed out. And it's in large part due to the... I'll never find her now that I took her off of growth. This one here. This is the one that made me crash out. Because it was like, I could beat her every now and then, but I had to do such specific things. And she's just yet another hyper tank that just one-shots your group. So, as you no doubt have put together, if you didn't watch all my other content, I don't really have tanking gear very much. I cleave. That's what I do. I cleave. Everything I have is cleaving. Everything I do is cleaving. And all the tanks they were running into, like this one, seemed to be able just to one-shot me. We ran into her, who's based on, what do you know, one-shotting you and being irritating. We have this guy here. His rework made him insane. Everybody built him counter. His skill one would one-shot you. You so much as fart in the general direction of his team, they all suddenly have immunity just out of nowhere, so you can't even stun him. And like, I could run all this shit, and it just wasn't enough damage to kill these tanks, especially in, you know, like Guild War. And you would just get fucked. You would just get utterly fucked. And it really wasn't fun at all. It just was not entertaining. The game had gotten to the point where I was starting to dread Guild War. I was starting to dread everything because the meta was just so bad. I just couldn't take it anymore. And that's what happened. I quit. So here we are a year later, and it kind of seems like the meta might be a lot worse than what I recall, honestly. It seems a lot worse. I was thinking there, who deserves to have seal applied to them? I was first thinking it Janua, but I actually think it should go on to the Senya because, look at that 15%. Wait, there was a lot of immunities. What the fuck? What were those immunities? Immune to buffs and debuffs. What? So who dies first? This one? Maybe I don't want to see what she does. I don't know. I feel like we hit someone else she's going to attack, so I may as well kill her first then. Yeah, like that. Now, Janua might also be counter. That would be a good way to do this. And, yeah, I guess we'll pop this and get her thing to go off. Man, I don't care if she doesn't kill that Barunka. Her damage is still broken and there's something seriously wrong with this game's numbers. If people feel like she has to do more damage. Like that doesn't make any sense. I don't know why Janua never activated his thing. Look at this. This is a kind of a composition more or less what I expected to run into. Is I expect to see her a lot more. I expect to see her every now and then if they're not running like Zeo or something. You know, that's the other thing. We don't run into a lot of Zeo there's been a couple of them. But we don't run into a lot of them. And I just really expect to see more all the time. I pretty much guarantee you, if I try to run this group against this, I'm going to lose really badly. I guarantee you that this guy is going to be a lot faster than me. Nope. But this is interesting, though. I want you to look at this, though. All members of his group are very, very fast. He's not faster than 282, but all members of his group were around like 265, 270-ish. Because they're all faster than her. That is really bizarre. I have nothing to say to that. That makes no sense to me. Now, of course, she's not useful against Mort because of the shift there, so I'm kind of already nerfed anyways, right? Okay. I mean, we know for a fact he has gear. He definitely has gear. I think he just had, like, no defensives. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This right here. This is what I've been waiting to see all this time. I have no idea what you do against this at all. I don't have any idea at all. This is a complete and total black box to me. We've seen her a single time, and we already know that this one here is really stupid. So, what would you do against this? What would you do against this? Would you run Zio Roanna? Would you do that? I think that's what I would instinctively do. So I'm gonna roll back to what I would instinctively do, and I want to see how it fails, or if it fails, and go from that point. Who's your target priority in this? Which is, these two here will one-shot me. Well, this guy will like de facto one-shot me because of his 2-turn stun will be just, it'll be really bad. She will actually one-shot, but I feel like we can remove some of her shit. Of course, she resets her cooldown even if I remove it, doesn't she? No, she's gonna do her thing. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck did I just witness? Holy shit. She one-shotted she one-shotted 2 characters instantly, and the other 2 had nothing left. She just, holy shit. Holy shit. This game is fucked. This game is fucked. What? What was that? That was the health scaling on her additional damage. Can someone explain what the fuck they were smoking when they put that character into the game? What do you even do against that? You have to run a tank group against that, but you can't. I don't even know what you would even run against it. I have no idea. That makes no sense to me at all. Shit, just holy shit. Dude, that is the worst thing I have seen in the game yet by far. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite that insane. So how would you do it? You would have to tank that. You can't cleave it. You literally cannot cleave that. I can't think of a mechanism besides like having Briarwitch's area, having her, and at that point you're not even cleaving anymore. So what do you do? Do you have to run? You have to run Seal against her. You have to, unless there's something that prevents extra actions or whatever from occurring, which off the top of my head I can't think of anything. hold on. I don't even, like, I don't even. What on earth were they fucking smoking with her? Loli, perfecta. I am starting to hate afternoon soak flan, even though I have her. Fuck you, SG, and your BS balance team. I mean, you have a character that can one-shot nearly an entire group. Fuck this BS meta. Bitch loses to the unit she's supposed to counter. I think that if you have units that are supposed to directly counter each other, you've already got a wrong balance design. Like, when you have a unit that can do that, I feel like you just... heads need to roll in your departments. Like, you just need to just start bitch slapping people, cutting them out of the company without severance, and just... Jesus fucking Christ. People were not kidding when they said this game was fucked. Holy shit. Something like that should never happen. How the fuck do you deal with this nonsense? That's like Genua, but so much worse. Genua, you could stop with Politis. You could roll the dice to remove his shit and kill him with the extra damage. That's why I had that specific artifact on her. You could hyper outspeed him. You could outgear him. In this circumstance, I'm not sure what you do. So let's think on that. I don't think that she's strong enough, but we can try using her. He's gonna fear everyone, so we need someone that's immune to fear or otherwise really strong. So I'm thinking, well, we're gonna have to seed speed, which means that she's probably gonna apply a lot of debuffs because her effectiveness, I mean, she doesn't have to worry about speed, so she just builds effectiveness. Where is my... Hang on, let's see. I think this one's pretty worthless too, but I want to try something. Can you stun her? Can you stun the Senyo? I'm just thinking, this guy might actually be good for that, but he doesn't really do too much else. I don't really build bruiser tank groups, so I'm kind of like... Anytime I have tried to do that against her, it's been a hard loss. Straight up. So I'm kind of expecting this to be exactly the same. Plus, I've never actually tried to use her in an actual fight before because she seemed pretty garbage even in mock fights against, you know, random whatever. I'm expecting her to have like 250% effectiveness and just... Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. So he should fear us, and then we should dispel it. That's the theory here. I don't know what to think about that. Now, she already has all of her fighting spirit stacked up. There's a unit that stops fighting spirit, isn't there? Was this Solitaria? How much damage? 10,000. And of course, all of her base attacks will be just that high too, right? Now, this won't give me... Oh yeah. The other thing about her... she counters Durandal. Right? This one counters Durandal. When she's attacking, it has no effectiveness. I don't have soul burn, so this guy's actually gonna tank this. Yeah. Okay. I thought more applied injury. I wonder if they removed that. Or if I'm just misremembering. So what you need is characters that prevent fighting spirit, and I forget who does that. I thought Solitaria might be one of them. But there's a difference between like fighting spirit and the other one. And I feel like I've got to go back into the fucking hero journal to figure out which one it was. Yeah, it's fighting spirit. And I'm pretty sure it's 15% of both the caster and the foremost ally. which is why the Mort has so much health, because that makes her extra damage. What the fuck were they smoking in this game? What the fuck were they? I think I kind of understand why so many groups are so vulnerable to the Rand cleave. And it's because nobody runs cleaving anymore. Because she basically removed cleaving from the game. This is definitely what it feels like. Especially like if you hit like RTA. Between these two heroes, both of them are deserving of a ban. And this one's deserving of a ban. And depending on what you're running, this one might deserve a ban too. Like, how would you even draft against this in RTA when they can ban an initiator that works against this? Like, if they ban Zio, what do you do against her? If she runs Abyssal Crown, she could just stun your entire group instantly, and no matter what you're running, like Ran or whatever, your speed doesn't... Like, it's just... It's fucked! I'm not sure what you do against this. One of the things you would do possibly is run you can run invincibility. You would need some way to trigger her extra attack before then. I'm thinking if there's a way you stop fighting Spirit, that would work too. Now, it's Solitaria, I think, that does that. This is Focus. There's someone who stops fighting Spirit, but I forget who it is. Is it a debuff, maybe? Is it a Knockwall? What unit reduces fighting Spirit? I swear I have one or two. Cannot activate additional skills, counterattacks, and dual attacks. Okay. So she would actually be what you use against that. And Seal in general is just very good. At least this is what you would use if they weren't running What's-Her-Face. I could have sworn there was someone that prevents... Yeah, because you used it against her, right? So who was it that did that? Decreases the amount of resources gained by the enemy. Shit, I just don't remember. I thought there was someone you run who just prevents fighting a spirit from accumulating at all. And it was someone, that's who I'd use against Euphine in some cases, but it wasn't very effective against Euphine is what I remember. Was it her? Decreases the amount of fighting spirit gained by the enemy by 100%. It was her. I was right. She's a blue unit though, and doesn't do that much damage. Maybe she would be good against that group. I'm not sure. Problem with her is I don't have effect resist, which she kind of needs to have. Otherwise, yeah, she is probably who you would run against it. Her or Knockwall. What happens if you have two of these characters? What do they do? Does it just like even out to which one has the highest base speed between the two? I have no idea. I wish I had her to find out. That would be an interesting experiment. So if she prevents counterattacking, then what we have to do is something stupid, right? So let's consider for a moment here what we would do. I can't really use her against that. I think I have to seal that one. This depends on a few different factors though. Oh, see, we're slower than someone here. The speed RNG is gonna make this a dice roll. Man, she does so much damage. Yeah, they're just gonna one-shot me because of that. Like, he's not gonna be 270 speed, but because of her, so I basically have to re-roll this fight until I get a good speed roll, right? Because he's getting ahead of me due to the extent of the RNG. Because remember, he was last in the pack before. And now we're ahead. But she stunned me. Because she does have Abyssal Crown. So she will one-shot whoever. So I have to try again. Right? Like, who in their company actually thought that this was a good way to balance the game? That all this stuff worked together to make the game more enjoyable. Because that's what's happened here, is someone in their company has thought, huh, if we add RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG, plus a bunch of extremely irritating shit, then surely that means the game will be more fun, right? Right? Surely. Now, does her thing pop off of anyone? Is my question. Knockwall, who is my fastest character, is behind everyone, but I think we're gonna bump her ahead by using this. Not that it's gonna help me at all. Yeah, see, that's what's gonna happen. Because Knockwall is behind, we can't do anything about this. Because the speed RNG has prevented me from doing anything. Why didn't she get hit by that? Did she? Oh, maybe she missed her. Oh my god, is that why they gave every unit in the game evasion at this point? Is that what happened? They were like, oh my god, this hero one-shots every unit in the game that isn't Dark Corvus. I guess we should give them all evasion so they... This is just like the other fight I had, where you basically... your fastest unit is going to be the slowest because of speed RNG. Because it isn't based on what your speed is, it's based your speed and then some random value tacked onto it, where it can be higher or lower. Or maybe just lower, I don't know. But there's a randomness to the speed. And that interacts with her ability in such a mind-blowingly stupid way. It's you can't use this against this. She is supposed to counter this one. That's supposed to be her thing, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work with this. This makes the whole game fall apart. The brain rot in this began long before we saw this character. I'm assuming that she came out first, but maybe I'm wrong. It ultimately doesn't matter. It's like nobody in their company ever looked at this and thought, something's wrong here. Maybe we shouldn't do this. And you can't run counters against her because she blocks counterattacks. Unless you have insane effect resist. And even if you do, all the counterattacks are going to do is they're going to pop her thing and then she's just going to kill everyone. I legitimately do not know how you would deal with this. I can deal with this if they didn't have her. I think this works against this. We apply the thing to her so that she can't do anything, presuming, she's not rocking like 250% effect resist. We seal this one so that she doesn't purge our debuffs, and then we just cleave them as normal, right? I brought him because she can apply armor break a few times, but maybe you'd put someone else there, if you had someone else geared. You could run like the ML, I don't have him, but the ML, I forget his name, he's a green hero. The one you soul burn a bunch of times that can do a lot of damage. But basically just, someone who's gonna get boosted up by someone who's in this slot. I can't understand the line of thought that brought you into this complete abject insanity. I wondered why they were buffing Straz of all things with the exclusive equipment. And now I'm starting to understand it's because some intern has realized, wait a second, this game is fucking stupid. This game is fucking stupid. This game is fucked. This game is actually fucked. Okay, let me think for a moment. I have one other thing I can try to do. If it's fighting spirit that's giving us the core of the problem, if we remove fighting spirit from the equation, what happens then? Well, then we need to get ahead of her still, right? So that means we need to bring Zio, and now we need to bring Rowana. Because by bringing Rowana, we get away from the speed RNG. Because at least all of our units are in front. If they need to go in a specific order, well, too fucking bad, you're not going to. And then we're going to bring this dude here so that he can actually kill a couple of these units. The biggest issue with this composition is that she's going to get to do something as a result. And that's bad. So she can still one-shot your entire composition when you do this. So she needs to die. She needs to be one of the first of them to die. I don't think this will work. I think that the Senya is going to one-shot my group. Okay. So what we would want to do in such a case is knock down the Senya of all things. This Senya here. Like that. Now we're going to apply this. Now, we don't have to kill the green Senya. She can stay there. We have to kill everyone else before her, I think. Now, what's kind of interesting about this is that we did not knock the two of those down at all. So Mort might get to do something. I don't have his exclusive shit, by the way. I can't afford it. Mort didn't even get... Dude did 14k damage straight up. Okay, so what did we learn from that? We learned that the combination of Requiem, Rowena, and Straz is not enough to kill a Mort. My Straz has some of my best gear in the game. My Straz is one of my best geared units in the game. He's got some of my best gear. Like, there is not really much I can do to improve him at all. Now, Elvira not getting a turn because we didn't knock them down is definitely an RNG issue, right? We would use her to kill Mort and prevent that from happening, but okay, all right. So don't use Straz then. Don't use Straz. In that case, use her, because this will eliminate some of that RNG. Maybe she's gonna get RNG'd herself. I could use that against Mort as well, but I feel like letting her catch up because she's gonna probably want to be one of the last ones to die. Resist 15%. LOL. No, I think she might really just have 250% or more effect. No, she's probably 15% to me, honestly. I can't, like, this character has effectiveness. Like, she should not be resisting me. Yeah. This guy can't be stunned. So, the problem with using Elvira against this is that, again, this is blue against green, so we run like a 50% chance of getting fucked anyways. She did no damage regardless. Then she removes everything. Yep. His team is very, very healthy for having received so much damage. And her low damage definitely kind of hits you pretty hard in this too. You know what? I don't think I have the tools to beat this group. I like that she died after. I'm not sure what you do against this group. I'm really not sure. Against the other group that I was memeing against, it was like, okay, I have to bring in the units that are actually well geared, and then there's an order of operations. To this group, I actually have no idea, because I have to stop her fighting spirit, but I can't use knockwall for it. I don't know what else applies that buff. Maybe another hero that I don't have. This is just very, very strange. I think that was supposed to be what she's for, actually. I think that is why the run review mentions Flan is you're supposed to use this because this swift attack will help you, but also at the end of a turn increases combat readiness. So basically you want her to be fast enough that she's going to be at the top of the stack. The evasion allows her to avoid being hit. She removes all the debuffs that Harvati applies, and then you use her with Flan specifically because Flan apparently does 1,000,000 damage on the dual attack, and then you try to one-shot with a 70% success rate. That's probably their solution for this. Oh my god. The deeper we get into this, the more stupid it becomes. The more unbelievable it becomes. Like, what the fuck were they smoking? And there might be, maybe it'll be kind of like the ML shoe groups in Guild Wars that I had so many problems with that eventually I figured out to use Knockwall. And here, I'll show you their stats so you can kind of get what I mean. So we would run into like the Green Litica, the AU Fiend, and then ML Shoe. And basically, I had to speed check them. So I had her with high effectiveness. I had this one here with high effectiveness. And then I had Knockwall, which, I mean, I would give her better gear if I could, but I couldn't. And Knockwall was there to keep them from ever counterattacking, and the other two just stunned the shit out of Leluka, so she couldn't do anything. And there was just so many stuns being laid down because of Abyssal Crown and everything else that you basically were trying to shore up for RNG. Now, this wasn't a solution that I ever was told by anyone. It was just something I figured out on my own, because it was like, okay, so if they're killing you, just don't give them a chance to do anything. Originally, when I tried to do that, I tried to do it with her. My whole logic was stun green Leluka and then deal with everyone else. The problem is that she would get 15%ed all the fucking time, because 15% is a great mechanic. It's really, really exciting when you can put in 4 years worth of effort into trying to gear a unit, and its success rate is determined by some arbitrary number you have absolutely no control over, and that completely determines if you win or lose or not. Why bother having gear and stuff in the game when you can just 15% anyways? Why even care about effect resist when you can be 15% at 5-6 times in a row, like I have in countless videos I've made? So the whole idea was just to try to reduce the amount of times I can be 15%ed by throwing as many fucking debuffs onto them as possible. You can't do that against this composition. You need to have ML Luna or something like that. You need to have the newer heroes. Maybe something here has been revised I don't know about. Maybe you run your own Mort for all I know. There's one thing I want to check though. I want to see if she just arbitrarily removes her own debuffs. I'm pretty sure she does, because that seems to be a thing they like doing these days. When Fighting Spirit is full, dispels all debuffs from the caster. Just arbitrarily. Why even have debuffs in the game? Why have debuffs in the game? Why have buffs and debuffs in the game? This is something I watched over years, is the power creep of everything removing buffs and debuffs. It's just... It's really, 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 really stupid. I mean, you have things like Abyssal Crown and all this other shit, which, yeah, when you throw stuns around, you start to run into some kind of utility creep issue. But the answer is removing stuns, not making the gameplay between buffs and debuffs so stupid. Especially when you have 15% into it, because now there's no reliability to begin with. There's no reliability to begin with, so I'm not really sure what you do here. See, I don't have the effect resist to tank her. This is one of those cases where if you had like really geared tanks, you would use Last Rider Crow because his damage is absolutely nuts and all the AoE would be setting off his shit all the time. You would run him with her. If you could get her skill 3 off, it'd be very nice. The group is not very tanky. You could see that I did some damage, but if the Senya gets a turn, then she just sustains all that. Because it's not enough that she does 10,000 damage to your entire group on contact completely for free, and it's nearly impossible to avoid. She also has to be one of the strongest healers in the game as well, while also making your frontmost hero, in this case Mort because he's green, also deal an extra 10,000 something damage a hit because reasons. They could put any hero in front of here. It doesn't matter if it's Mort or not. We're not at the point where Mort's fear or his counterattacks are the issue. We're at the fact that he just does AoE damage. He can literally be some random green hero here. Anything that can just sustain and have high health. He could be her. That would be kind of silly. If it applies regardless and it's not on their turn, her extra damage could be applied on Lydica's S2. You could use Harvati to trigger her S2. Her S2 goes off. You're looking at an extra 12,000, 13,000 damage on Harvati's turn. Plus, reducing all their combat readiness and applying even more debuffs like Restrict. Which, even if they survived her thing and they're going to counter you, that S2 can't be countered. So, you just... I think if you're not running your own green Senya, you kind of... I don't know. When I saw that hero in my initial scouting, I was like, some of this stuff looks a little stupid. I bet that this is one of the most broken heroes in the game right now. I just could feel it. I think I would have to build like an evasion composition, which would be like, I would have to gear out Cartuja, but like that evasion composition wouldn't do any damage. I can't out sustain her. I actually have no idea what to do here. There might be a very easy answer I'm not aware of just because I haven't played for like a year, but I mean, I can try her, but look at my gear. My gear on her is not good. So we might run like her. Might run like Dank Corvus. I'm going to run Rule because we need to have some sustain. We really need someone else who can deal damage, so I'll bring her. We'll try that and see how much of a difference that Fifi's makes. I think that the lack of counterattacks is going to screw me though.
행운은 우리 곁에 있어요. 기적이 일어나기를.
이 세계 더 이상 존재 가치가 없어.
이 빵을 먹으면 힘이 날 거예요.
She just removes it anyways.
당신은 이 순간을 절대 잊지 못할 거예요. 동의하지 마라.
이제 시작이다.
I wonder if his skill 1 also ignores effect resist. Well, he's dead.
무서운 장난이다.
I have done no damage to his composition at all yet.
저리. 자꾸 괴롭히면
I'm gonna see how much of a difference that Fifi's makes. Well, I mean, we lived, right?
빛이요. 인도하소서. 가장 어두운 곳까지 따스한 빛이 닿기를.
All right, we killed someone. You know, it's ridiculous when she was at like half health and survived his skill 3.
시범을 보여주지. 다 같이 가요.
All right. She also arbitrarily extra attacks, doesn't she? Dual attacks. Sorry.
인도하소서.
I'm gonna pop this.
내가 모두를 지키겠습니다.
They're draining my souls, aren't they? Like that's what's happening here. Is they're also draining souls.
어차피 당신의 심장은 나의 것이잖아요.
이 세계 더 이상 존재 가치가 없어.
I don't think I can kill her. I know I can't kill him, but I really need to have the sustain from this. I'm gonna try this. I've got an idea here, but it's really stupid. You might be running like an artifact that reduces soul income or something like that.
군기가 빠져. 잘 가. 두렵지 않아요.
Dual attack would be really cool here. Not you. I don't want a dual attack from you, dude.
제가 있습니다.
제법이구나.
He already has his ult back. Holy shit.
그런 너에게 내리는 사랑이다.
Is he uncounterable? Is he uncounterable? What the hell was that? I had Elbrus. Elbrus went off, but there was no dual, no extra. Can you explain why I did not see my attack? All heroes except for... What the fuck? What the fuck? I did not see this when I originally looked at Mort. I figured they made his thing, his sacred blessing a guaranteed. But they actually made him arbitrarily stop. Wow. Wow. I don't even have words. How? Why?
때가 되고
What is wrong with the people who made this game? Holy fuck.
아니시야. 지금이야.
I finally killed 2 of them. She actually did pretty decent damage.
다음 주시가 있으니까
But
대기.
since the one removes all debuffs, the other one's immune to stun anyways. They actually made him arbitrarily remove all counterattacks, which my entire team here is counterattacked. My entire composition is counterattacks. That's a very interesting way to balance your game. I guess. That's a very interesting way to balance your game. You have to seal him too then. Pretty much. This does work though. Like Fifi's does help you sustain that initial damage. And that's where a lot of their effectiveness comes from. So I think we're starting to cook here. But I had no idea. I thought they just gave Mort fear and made his thing a guaranteed proc. I did not read his skill 2. I had no idea that he just arbitrarily removes counterattacks. That is very fascinating. I am so glad I do not do Guild War or anything anymore. Like, I could not imagine trying to deal with this in Guild War where we don't have 4 slots to work with. Because I'm kind of like ignoring the Senya in part. This game is really quite fascinating. It is actually interesting how bad they fucked this game up. I don't know what to use for that 4th slot then, because Landy doesn't really work that well. Alright, so I think her thing only procs off of the other dude or her being attacked, maybe? Of course, she gives it to herself. Wasn't her artifact was insane too, wasn't it? That is such an unnecessary amount of damage. He's already dead. I think she's gonna kill us with this because she got ahead of her. Yeah. She also has effect resist, I think. Huh. The feature creep in this game is really quite something, isn't it? So if you don't have the limited flan and ML Para, you don't have what is supposed to be the way of dealing with this. Hello. It's 9 a.m. now. That means we can finally get some dank runes. Which means we can update this hero. Which means George Floyd has a present for me. So, I believe that this hero is supposed to be the answer to the shenanigans I am dealing with. Problem is that hero is going to need to synergize with the other hero that we don't have. But don't worry, I have no idea what I'm doing. Whatever the case is, we gotta update her in some shape or fashion. I'm not sure what kind of shape or fashion yet. We'll get back to you on that one. Aquarius D's nuts. Got him. Sure. Whatever. You know, I suppose the video I was making for the overview video after, you know, coming back to look at this just isn't really relevant anymore. Well, most of what I'm trying to do I don't think is particularly relevant anymore, so I got 3200 attack now. I've got almost 10k health. The problem is the speed. Now, you see, speed, gear, and just gear in general, but speed is, yeah, these pieces have some okay stats on them for stuff other than speed, but when you want to go fast like Sonic and gargle down a glizzy like a fucking bird, well, you do need a little bit more speed. But I did get her attack higher. I think I got like almost 300 attack or something out of those upgrades. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. She's just gonna be my damage dealer. But she doesn't really deal that much damage. Let's take a look here and maybe get a gander at what I can do about that. We need her to deal damage. I don't really use Janua that much anymore at this point. He's in my defense, but if I could get a little bit more mileage out of a different character, would that be such a bad thing? Like, what about this? Look at that. That's really good. That's peak form. The only problem is we actually overload on, was this changed? Was it always 60%? We actually go overboard. We got a wee bit overboard. We also lose 15 speed. It's not like I have a lot of wiggle room. I've only got 3 destruction necks. I've only got 3. That's Metzen's 3. It's a bit difficult. What we could do is we could go into Torrent here. Look for the fastest cat in the West. It's actually his. His Torrent's the fastest. I could take that. But then I gotta get my crit chance back up. I could take this. Okay. I got a problem though here. We ought to maybe take this. That wouldn't really work. We actually lose attack stats out of that, oddly enough. Okay, we won't do that then. We would take that. We would lose some stats, so... Don't really want to lose attack. We want to keep our attack. How about these boots? My hope with those boots was that they were going to dodge the health rolls, and then I could roll the flat health into attack and just have high crit damage on it. Well, that worked fucking brilliant. Just like so many other cases. I don't really want to lose all my attack stats, though. I think attack is useful on her, especially when you're already stacking attack. The bonus damage and so on does seem to be an improvement. Losing some speed is also not good. She has to be able to get a turn at all to do anything, right? So maybe we'll try an attack set. So let's see what kind of attack gear I have. And there's only one set of attack boots that I have, and they're basically Senya specific. Not bad. Not great. I mean, I had to reforge his health. It could be a little bit higher, but this already kind of, right? Like it kind of sucks the boners out of my mouth. We could take Jacko's stuff. I'm not really using her. I probably should be. The doggo is using my best neck that isn't Senya specific. There's also this one here too if I needed more stats out of it, which I might. If I wanted to take an attack primary. You never know, this might be a case you actually want to do that. An attack primary. Right. Look at these level 75 items that my dog's using. These starter items. Like this here is one of the first items I got in the game. 17 speed. I foolishly thought that speed would be obtainable. I was very wrong. Well, you know, if I had Harvati, I wouldn't need to worry about speeds. I would be able to meme everything in existence with the sole exception of the group that I'm running into right now. Stuff like that, I wouldn't be able to. I think that Green Senya would become like... She'd become a problem. Look at this. With an attack set, I actually have -1 attack. That's kind of silly. I gain speed, though. I actually gain speed. This game is deranged. My gear is deranged. I forgot how stupid this was. If you wanted to go attack, this is what you would do. Just sacrifice crit entirely and just go pure attack. I kind of don't really want to do that. What is my crit overflow right now? Did we get some from the set? I don't really think so. I'm not really using Edda, but I can't really take her gear either, I don't think. What I probably should try to do is I probably should try to get her faster. Knockwall needs to be faster. She's using a defense primary speed ring. Well, I'll show you. These are my fastest speed rings. 17 health on Amit. 17 damage on Zio. 16 defense on her. 15 on him. Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah. 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 That's our problem, right? Like, that's... So these two here are from the crafting events. They're my best speed chests. And then there's this one here, that's my next best. Yeah. Yeah. And then there's this. Yeah. And... yeah. Not terrible, but... yeah. just... and then... yeah. I'm never going to be able to use her for anything other than meme magic, but... let's take a look at Knockwall and see what I can try to do to salvage her, if anything. 273. Brings me back to the days I was using A-lots. And, Cerise. Cerise never... Cerise is using, I think, the exact same gear that she's been using since I first revised her gear, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a great many years ago. A great many years ago. She's already using one of my fastest weapons. Not a bad weapon, mind you. Just, the ones that I have here are, yeah. Zio's is alright for a Zio. Rand's is terrible. So what did we learn? We basically I'm running an RNG gauntlet with this. If she ever actually got to the point she could do anything to these and apply debuffs to them, then I'm pretty sure I would just straight up win. All the way up until she got a turn anyways. If I could kill someone in that time period, then that'd be great. Of course, with her and the RNG, yeah, it's kind of a shit show. So I was trying to think of, well, ways you would deal with that. Ways you would get around that. I kind of don't really have anything in mind. I'm sure there's something very clever that I could do if I was more familiar here with really anything I've got. The big thing, though, that was really unexpected was the revelation that Mort prevents all counterattacks just by existing. That's one of the most insane things I've ever seen in this game, honestly. I have nothing to say about that. It's just, I'm absolutely speechless about that a day later. It just makes no sense to me at all. It's frankly insane. And again, I feel like this is where the whole, like, I think he'll prevent Champion Zerato from counterattacking. Like, you can't even use Champion Zerato against this. This would be, like, his thing, right? Now, you could try to do it with this. You could knock her down. Okay. But then what? Her getting the turn half the time isn't even a problem. Because the RNG gets so jumbled from the speed RNG gets so jumbled that they get ahead of her anyway. She's always behind my fastest characters. Legitimately, if I had gear on this guy, like if I had the ability to pump up his effect resist a whole bunch, you could try to tank for 12 turns. The problem is that really dependent on getting in those counterattacks, and you're just not going to get it. You need a way to get seal on this. I feel like ML Luna, if you're going to do anything with speed, you need ML Luna in this. It feels like she's kind of necessary. Designer a little bit might also be nice just for the fact she would purge shit. But on one hand, I feel like this is also, you need to fight fire with grease. You need to bring your own Senya into there. And just use the debuff shedding. Because he doesn't have seal in here, right? It's just all damage. But when I look at my compositions and I look at the tools available to me, I feel like we're going to see this composition like pretty much non-stop. This is definitely the strongest composition I've ever run into in the game. Period. Where there's not really much RNG involved in his success. Because he only needs her to go off. Whereas you are beholden to RNG very heavily. What the hell is this? This is a build. That's definitely a build. I'm kind of curious about something. I don't think it'll work. But I just want to try. Like, I don't lose anything by trying. Watch her just hit her through the evasion anyways. I fucking told you. I told you she'd hit her through the evasion. Are you Remnant Violet? Are you Remnant Violet? Look at this. This is the first time I've been ahead of anyone in any substantial amount for a while.
영광이 함께할 거예요. 제가 모두를 지키겠습니다. 만만찮은 상대군요.
Okay.
너희의 소중한 동료들도 한 명씩 없애주세요.
This is the first time I've been able to use her ult. Check that out.
내 힘을 나누어주지.
I bet this one-shots her. Okay, it missed her. It doesn't do the extra damage if it misses. That's really the big thing here. But she also gives combat readiness, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, she just does everything. Look at that. She got crit.
당신은 이 순간
Evasion RNG is a little bit of a joke.
절대 잊지 못.
She really just does everything. Like, she just does everything. What you normally need like 3 or 4 units to do, she just does. She wipes everything, she heals everyone, she adds like 2 units worth of damage. She has intercepts. She buffs combat readiness. Like, she just does literally everything. Having Fifi's here for the shield is an idea, but it doesn't really work, and Rule never gets a chance to do anything either. I can try it this way. This is a little bit of a different idea. This is because of if we get an attack and there's a counter or an extra, it should, in theory, bump us up. In theory. Maybe.
이토록 무섭단다. 어차피 당신의 심장은 나의 것이잖아요. 여기 정성을 다해 구웠어요.
Did she also give combat readiness? I want to check something. I'm not sure how they got ahead. It kind of looked like on the list they shouldn't have, but...
물러서지 않으신다면
Well, she can't do anything. This is one of the most craziest things about this too, is just like... Compare her to her. In terms of what they do and what they offer. She does like the one thing. Her revive buff most often will not get used, or it'll just be immediately removed. Then compare what she does. What is she going to do outside of this? What is she going to do? She's going to attack you and generate a tiny little shield. Right? That's it. That's all she's going to do. Meanwhile, she is just... she just does literally everything. She does everything. If I don't use this, I die. If I use this, I die. Let's see which part of dying happens the worst.
자, 이제 시작이다.
아레시아, 지금이야. 내 녀석들을 혼내줘. 도와주세요.
창을 든 이상 물러서지 않습니다.
All right. Well, you tried, I guess.
존재 가치가 없어.
Try a taunter, I suppose. There we go.
이제 시작입니다.
Holy shit, dude! I got to use a buff. I gotta use a buff. Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna soul burn that. I need it. Ooh, you did some damagery-doos. You did some damagery-doos. Go for this one. Did I soul burn that? Maybe I forgot. Oh, he did some damage. Nah, I did soul burn it.
나는 도망치지 않아요. 차.
모두의 염원을 담아 다음 날 가로가 똑바로 서 이 자식이
어둠의 힘, 너희를 잡아내주겠다.
도와주세요.
Holy shit. Dude, we're winning. We are winning. Alright, we gotta focus on that one now. She's definitely the worst. She has no effect resist.
용기를 가져야 해.
Now that Mort is dead, I can counterattack.
이 세계, 더 이상 존재 가치가
Also, her damage will be a lot less.
어떤 보물이라도 내 손을 거치면 다시 태어나지.
How many attempts did it take to beat this guy?
달릴 사람을 찾나?
Dude, now that she is stacked up,
하지 않습니다.
her damage is actually not that bad at all.
빼야
Her damage is actually pretty good. Especially when she pops the armor break.
자의 사명이다.
She's doing like 12k crits, so it's not that bad.
부족한 적이 지금은
We beat him! Dude, we beat him. It took 20, 30, 40 tries. No, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, some of these were with testing the speed RNG, but... Okay, it took about 13 tries or something like that. That's bad, obviously. Like, you would never be able to do that in an RTA or something, but... It seems that Fifi's Rowena is the main composition that you need to beat that. It did work. We did beat him, but man, that's not a very confident win. By any stretch of the imagination, that's not a confident win. That's really terrible. Okay, we can finally move on to some other opponents here. And try out some meme magic.
그 당신의 곁에 있습니다.
We can go back to our regularly scheduled meming. Oh, he's gonna be faster.
퍼렌트의 영광을 위해
Yeah, we're gonna be running into people who roll better speed gear than that, or roll speed gear at all, really. That's a shame. The attack down could really hurt me here.
어디 한번 받아봐.
Because, well, we really rely on this. Yeah. Probably no crit. Oh, wait. They have Landy in the group. I forgot that. I didn't even notice he had Landy. I focused on the other ones. We need to have skill nullifier for the shit that's coming. Because I'm about to apply a bunch of shit to them. Well. I'm going to... Yeah. This is a lot of damage. An absolutely unnecessary amount of damage. She doesn't have health. Stop critting her. Alright, you know what? I figured out where our problems are with this group. Where we lose the speed. If they apply attack down, that kills the entire group. You can't do it if they apply attack down. Okay, I got a better idea. When someone uses a hero like this, they do not deserve any respect. That includes when I used her with Zio. I don't deserve any respect. Honestly, they are disgustingly fast for what they are. We're gonna kill this one because she's a bitch. I don't want her to live. Or not, LOL. That was very little damage. Ah, no, my immunity. Ah, wait for it. What? The wonders of doing no damage. SMH my head. Alright, give it a second shot, dude. The wonders of doing no damage. Alright, we got her. We got her. And this group is got 0 sustained damage without Hwayoung. She's the only one who can do damage. Sometimes you've got to live by the memes and you've got to die by the memes. It's the only way. Alright. Here's a group I wanted to do this against. That's not running what's-her-face. He could have some effect resist though. But I'm thinking what I would do. Yeah, I'm gonna need to run a slow group for this. Yeah. I don't need her though. I don't think I need her anyways. I hope not. I still don't know what this one does. You know, I could actually almost run Pavel against this. Except they're gonna have so much fucking health. Feels weird buying those for friendship things now. If she's running like 250% effect resist, this probably won't work. She is really, really slow. If she resists this, we just... Yeah, we're fucked. Now she's gonna one-shot us. observe the power of balance. Yeah, some people died. It's a shame. I think that actually might have been a 15%.
다 같이 가요. 갈게요.
Like, it might have straight up been a 15%. Man, her damage feels terrible. I can't get over how inconsistent that skill 3 is. Like, why can't she do 21,000 damage by existing? Everyone else at this stage in the game just deals 8,000 billion, gabillion, trillion damage by just breathing in your general direction. She has to work so hard, and most of the time it just doesn't do anything. I still feel like we got 15%ed in that, though. That definitely felt like a 15% to me. You know what we would do against this, honestly? If we could fix the 15%? Well, I mean, yeah, you could do it this way, but she's kind of too slow, honestly. What is her thing? Dispels 2 buffs.
없는 녀석 같아.
Let's see if I get 15%ed again. I think people always are going to build effect resistors, so I could just be at the threshold. There you go. It's more like it. Bang! The bitch is dead. And she does something. Okay. That's right, she gets an attack of opportunity or whatever. That's what her passive was.
긴장하지 마세요. 오른쪽, 다음은 왼쪽. 이젠 제법 잘 추는가요?
좀 아플 거야.
Bye.
우리는 하나다.
Bye.
이것이 바로 트라의 방식. 기억해두는 게
That really just came down to the 15% on the bind. And Pavel doing a thing, right? Look at this. Oh, let's try this. I've really wanted to run into one of these groups. I really want to see what they're like. The main issue I see with it is very possibly that this is going to be 300 speed, and I'm not going to be able to outspeed it with this. That's going to be my assumption, is I'm not going to be able to outspeed her. But we can most certainly give it a shot. Oh! Oh! She's slow. Alright. It's time. I mean, it doesn't one-shot her, but I think if you had more optimized gear, it might. That was some damage. Every single one of the important ones, anyways, has armor break on them. Yeah, that works. If they don't outspeed the Amid, that works against that. And she just gets boosted up again, so even if they didn't die, she would get her skill 1. Which would probably finish off whoever was in front. This here is kind of the same thing. This is an interesting one, but ultimately not that difficult. This here is basically just Zio. The way I kind of see this Hwayoung is she's really just Pavel with a little less damage on her AoE and some other characteristics to her, but she's blue, which definitely has some drawbacks. I fully expect to see some of these Renacs be at like 330 speed, but some of these are definitely not that high at all. I'm not gonna bother using that on her. I mean, actually, I guess I will. I'll try to remove that immunity. I either got 15% it, or this blocks it and interacts with it in a different way than I'm thinking. I don't know. Can you not purge immunity when she has that? Because they interact in that map? I'm a little perplexed. I realize we don't actually have a way to activate Hwayoung. I've made a miscalculation. Which means she gets to have a turn, which I don't think honestly makes a difference at all, because it will affect her passive, but I just remove everything anyways. And he's fucking dead. Yeah. She's fucking dead. Alright. It would help to have the para be faster than 220 whatever. Oh, this is a weird one. I like this one. This one's very, very strange. Very, very strange. Okay, I'm gonna do something odd with this. Like that. No matter how fast she is, this one fucks her up against Zio. She can never be faster than my Zio because of that. And she has got very low gear, I guess. And now the fun begins. Sit back and enjoy. Dead LOL. Something activated on the shroon, and I don't know what it was. But she died anyways. Yeah. That's kind of brutal, kind of murderous. Seems like just the one stack I was up against was really strong. In this one here, I just needed to do something a little different on. Same with that one. This one, we did it. I didn't think I'd ever be able to beat this. I certainly didn't think Roanna was going to be the key to doing so. But we did eventually beat it. It took a while to figure out that solution, but... I think you just want to... In that case, if you were going to use that composition, I think you want to take Fifi's off of counter. Just put her on, like... maybe full health with effect resist. So that she doesn't get... Well... If she's going to get feared or stunned, I think it's going to ignore her fucking effect resist anyways. So maybe just raw health so she can just get slapped up a little bit and not die. I'm so glad I'm not doing this in Guild War. There's no way I could kill those compositions in Guild War. I pretty much have to overpower them with gear to do so. I can't believe that they try to play this game professionally. That they try to pass off this game as being remotely competitive. I can't see that fooling anyone. I am going to upgrade this ring. Let's take bets on how this is going to go. I bet defense is going to steal at least 2, probably at least 3 upgrades. Okay, well, crit chance took 2 at +5 each. It's not too bad. I would have preferred to see him go into speed, but there you go. It's something. We've already broken the 3. Unbelievable. Maybe we've opened the secret chakras. Oh, there you go. We've gone down the toilet bowl. It's pretty much dead at this point. I can't make much use out of an 8-speed ring. You gotta see this go to at least 12. Well, there you go. Okay. Defense took 1. Very unfortunate, but a 92 equip score item, 107. Those were all max rolls, except for a speed that could have been 15. That's abnormal in itself. It goes to only 14 speed, though. Not the best. Definitely not what it could have been. That defense, if it had gone into speed, we could have been looking at an 18, 19 speed ring here. But it's the best I've gotten in a long time. What can I use it for? I have no idea. Let's take a look. We can have a gilly gander at some of my characters here that are using torrents, like this one. Is, I think, probably just on the very edge. Yeah. Actually. If I turn that defense into flat attack, it's an improvement for her. 7 speed. How much flat attack do I get out of changing that defense? I don't have any flat attack, but it would be over 100. I can get these very easily. It's not that difficult. And it would be over 100. How much useful is 18% defense? Especially on torrent? Not that much. Cerise's gear is hot garbage. Wait a second. Who is using torrent? I don't actually use torrent on that many units. Even though I have a few torrent rings. It would be a downgrade for her, for sure. The speed is not as important. You know, if I had a torrent neck that was good, I could actually improve Luna of all things. I could literally improve her. She would lose a bunch of defensive stats, but she's not really there to be tanky. She's there to kill people. Torrent would give her an extra 10% damage, which would have made a difference in at least one Guild War 2 or so years ago. This feature is under temporary maintenance. It's not temporary when it's been 2 days. Or over a day. It's going on 2 days, I think. It's just fucked. But I mean, I've kind of seen enough. I've experienced enough of this game to get a fairly reasonable grasp of why I quit to begin with, why I'm going to quit again, and what has happened in the last year. What has happened in the last year? It's a goddamn train wreck. It's actually a train wreck. There's a few simple problems that still persist into present day. First of all, I'm not rewarded for my time and investment. I've invested over 4 years into this game. Now, since I started recording, I have signed in just about every day for the last, when was it, 2 months or month, something like that? A little while. I've gone through the whole returner event. I've been doing the Epic Dash stuff, as much as I can, that is. And I've been rolling on the free Moonlight Summons. I have gotten nothing from this, at all. Just shit I already have. I have, a maxed out Bellion that I maxed out when I got her. Right? And now I have a dupe. Yes, the fact that the waiting room, the storage, your transfer room, whatever you want to call it, the overflow storage, you used to be able to get it in this menu. I swear, I have to go check my old videos. Maybe I'm misremembering. I remember there being a button down here. I can click, and I'm in it. It took me 30 minutes to try to find it before again, to try to pull stuff out of it. It's actually only accessible in the summon page. She isn't in here. I don't know, maybe... I don't really know what I did with her. I had a dupe Bellion somewhere. Somewhere. So a new hero came out. And, she, I'm gonna turn off the audio because it's gonna really distract me. When this game was young, it really pushed the whole Holy Trinity thing. You know, healers, tanks, DPS. That's the Holy Trinity all these games have to have because they're uncreative. They're unimaginative. They don't really know how to approach game design or balancing or anything like that. So they just go the whole Holy Trinity thing that every other ARPG does because that's interesting and exciting. That really stirs the almonds. But then they realize, wait a second, this actually isn't very interesting. Maybe we want our tanks to actually do damage. Our other units to have some kind of self-sustain or whatever. And then we start getting into some sticky situations. This game has historically always been about speed is king. If you're faster, you win. Assuming an equal gear level, there has been very, very few cases for the vast majority of the time I've played that speed was not king. Because you can gear for speed in this game. So just be faster. If you act first, you can either disable your opponent so they can't do anything. You can do damage to your opponent so they're dead and they can't do anything. Or otherwise, you can manipulate yourself in such a manner to absorb whatever counter initiation and then kill them. You know, skill nullifier, immunity, stuff like that. So, then I had the brilliant idea. You know, you had this balance between try to be tankier to sustain the initiation and be slower, which I've never been able really to do. I've done the Dark Corvus thing. Dark Corvus, Rowena, Senya, stuff like that. That's been the best I can do. And, you know, across like 4 years, I still don't have a well-geared healer or a well-geared tank. Because your ability to do any of these things is based pretty much exclusively on RNG. Whether or not you're actually going to see gear upgrades. But we'll talk about gearing in a little bit. We're going to talk about gearing in a little bit. They started doing things like this. Where we have interception. Where we realize, rather than just make everybody fast, which they've been doing for a while, I mean, Zeo, etc., was already, you know, real like extinction level impact velocity of fuckness for this game. But we have shit like this too, where it's like we just arbitrarily do things. We just arbitrarily do things. Who knows? Maybe she's garbage. I had to pity her, as I've had to pity every single hero I can recount in this game for like 2 years prior to me quitting. I've had to pity everything. Everything. Once in a blue moon, I get them in the last 10 rolls. But I've had to pity everything. Same for mystics. My time is not rewarded in this game. It's not rewarded at all. When this guy got his rework, they added this arbitrary event where when an ally does, it just arbitrarily gives a barrier immunity to all allies. So basically, because he's going to have like 20,000 plus health, he's typically not going to be first to die if you're, depending on who you're targeting, right? But the problem also is that everybody built him counter. Now, again, we would see like 6,000, 8,000 damage counters on a healer that arbitrarily provides a insane amount of defensive attributes that heals when he attacks and scales damage based on health. Now, to be fair, Blood Moon Haste was pretty garbage before they revised him. I don't precisely remember what he did. I think he had to kill someone or something like that, but his ult still did a lot of damage. He was one of those characters that's like, I do damage to heal, and that's always a very slippery slope. The problem is when you're on that slippery slope, there's so many easy ways to throw it off the edge. For example, if they do as much damage as a damage dealer, then why bring a damage dealer? A damage dealer is going to be squishy. They're not going to sustain like he does. They might have some other tools, but they're generally not going to be as useful as a support. It's the whole reason why they're considered support characters, is because they generally provide other utility beyond just dealing damage or taking damage. Utility is one of those very difficult to quantify things in short. But you can think about things that remove interaction, remove control, as having immensely more value in numbers than just doing damage. Because they invalidate the power budget, which is very real in this game, because power budget comes from items. There's only so much stat value you can have from items. And flat stats and, you know, abilities and stuff like that. There's only so many numbers you have. So if you remove control from something, or you remove the ability for these to interact with something, that is now more powerful than those numbers. And because stun is arbitrary, in which it arbitrarily decides you can no longer act, it scales in accordance to what you're stunning. In other words, you can't really quantify just how powerful stun really is, because in some cases it's not really that powerful, because maybe you have Abyssal Crown on something like this guy and you're trying to stun a Dark Corvus behind like a Destina or something like that, and you can't actually kill him. So the stun isn't actually really that valuable in that case. But if you stun, for example, a team full of DPS characters, they will probably just die, even to supports and shit, because they don't have much health. So that's always where speed came in king, because now you can apply debuffs like stun before your opponent can act. So speed is one of those very difficult to balance things in this game. Then we enter counterattacks. The thing about counterattacks is they allow you to let your enemy take the speed initiative and say, okay, well, I will just attack you if you attack me. Problem is, it's RNG. It's RNG. And just between the chance to stun and the chance to counterattack, we've already eliminated this game from any sense of competitive spirit. There is no skill testing gameplay, no competitive gameplay within the scope of Epic 7, because so much of your success is determined by random chance. So they decided counters are kind of stupid. So especially when you're attacking people, the counter chance definitely seems to be a lot higher than when you're being attacked, but I think it's really just their algorithm is that busted. But you never know. You never know. Maybe someone's actually done math on it. I've never bothered to look at it because it's stupid. So we have heroes like this, where they have to have a buff that just arbitrarily removes counterattacks, which is a massive expression of utility. We, of course, had abilities that cannot be counterattacked. Remember, I was using Green Pavel for a while. I don't know if I ever uploaded those videos. I actually have gear on him right now, too. I haven't used him, though. Not for a long time. Green Pavel and his cannot be counterattacked was an incredibly powerful hero for a very long time. If you had the gear for him. Very, very hard to gear. See, the thing is that he had to be fast enough to outspeed other initiators Like, for example, this one. I think she was one of my first ML5s. She might have been my first ML5. I'm not sure. It was her or RB. I didn't have ML5s for a very, very long time. I've been a very, very faithful player. I've played a very, very long time. I've put, I don't know how many hours in this game, but it's a huge amount. My RB was counter RB for a long time because, well, I've never been able to get him any faster than this. So he was counter. My most stupidly powerful group that was virtually undefeated for a long time was counter RB, counter Dizzy, counter tank Dizzy, and Cerise might have been the other one. The other slot changed every now and then. I can't remember. I think it'll be in one of my old videos. Cerise is still basically using just about, if not the exact same gear I've been using, with the exception of the artifact, since I first got her, which I didn't get her the first time around, but in the rerun. I just thought, man, Cerise really isn't that good. She doesn't ever really do that much damage. The ones I ran into were all built as tanks. They never really did much damage. Then I got her, and I built her as damage. Well, somewhat as damage. These were very godly stats for a very, very long time. I used her for an extremely long time. I tried to use A-lots and stuff like that, but I never really could quite get the damage out of a lot of those. He was very situational for me. Then I got Ran, and we upgraded him a whole bunch of times over a period until now he's reached by far and beyond my most well-geared hero. And his stats are not itemized very well. He does not do much damage. He is there to apply armor break. And he is there to provide a non-combat ability if we need it. If we don't need it, the immunity can be useful. But he's really there to initiate for her, and then for him. And this is, or was, one of the strongest heroes in the game. And I actually finally got an extra Dux Noctis I can slap onto that at some point. This dude does a lot of damage. When he came out, he was basically the clarion call to finally being able to play the game. And then she was the clarion call to finally actually be able to win. Because that was like the age of bruisers. Of course, in Guild War, we were always going up against the top guilds, top 100 guilds, or sometimes the top 5 guilds. Over and over and over and over again. So we're talking about people that are, you know, on average like 310, 320 speed on a lot of their characters, or they're running these hyper tank groups. So when you go into just the arena and you go between just the arena stuff, you don't really get a feel for how badly balanced the game really is until, I guess, present day, where you have Hwayoung, Senya, and all this other insane shit. But in Guild War, when you only have the 3 characters, and you have these tanks soloing entire groups very easily because 3 characters is not enough damage to kill them before they just suddenly do like as much or more damage than you do. And suddenly realize this game's a little bit fucked. This game's a little bit fucked. And they embrace that fuck with characters like this. People had a lot of problems with her. Against her, I used Dark Corvus. Dark Corvus, I got him kind of late. And he's got my best tanking gear. And with the Dark Corvus Rowana group, when I started doing these slower fights that everybody else had been doing forever, just with different compositions, I got to experience just how stupid RNG could really... I mean, I've experienced a lot of really bad RNG. I talked about the... the Green Leluca groups and trying to use AE Winter, and I mean, I think I've uploaded videos of that where she could never stun these, and we would discover that they really just don't have that much effect resist. It was just 15%. 15%. See, that's the thing. 15% is one of those arbitrary decisions that says suddenly all your investment into a unit doesn't mean anything when it comes to debuffs. Especially when you reach such a point in the balance where you have to take away their control because they're just so stupidly strong. Because they just do so much. Right? So you have to take away their control. That's the way the balance became, is you have to take away their control. So we have this character with a 2-turn stun. That's pretty ridiculous. Okay. So we're going to use her against these green Leluka groups. So we got to get lots of effectiveness on her. So I forget what she was using on here, but she had over 200%. And I would get 15% and more often than not. They would just 15% me over and over and over and over and over and over. It might have been this. Might have been that. It was one of these two. Oh, I think it might have been this one, actually. Yeah, I think it was this one. So I just get 15%ed. So when she gets 15%ed, I just lose. A 15% chance determines that my 4 years of investment and my composition, which written on paper should be winning, is designed to win, designed to counter this because they've made it counter based because that's intelligent design. Now it just suddenly doesn't function. Because now we didn't stun this character, she's just going to remove everything, and then she's going to silence everyone, or whatever the fuck it is she does, and we're just going to lose. Just arbitrarily, just out of nowhere. There's lots of shit like that. I mean, we have this character we added that is very, very, very well designed, where they decided, hey guys, we realize that speed is a problem, and we've designed our game in such a way where you need to have speed or you just lose, because that's kind of how the game was built. So we're going to give you a character that just, just gets ahead of everyone else. Just gets ahead of everyone else. No, you can't use Politis against it. No. Politis has a passive that prevents or reduces combat radius by 50%. And that's not going to work against it. We just arbitrarily break our own rules. Because that's interesting. That's interesting. Just break our own rules. Because we need to design a character that reduces combat readiness by 50% at the time, because that's how unhinged combat readiness and ATB manipulation was becoming. So Zeo becomes the ultimate initiator. You just have Zeo, and then it doesn't matter if they have a 320 speed ran. Just one tap them down. Bye. Oh, but then you can get 50% twice in a row. Actually, you can get actually 15% at 4 times here. I think depends if the dispel is once per each. But you there's lots of times where I'll just like hit people, and it's like some ran or something like that, right? And just 15% LOL. And then his entire function ceases to exist. We have this very binary interaction where this hero dominates the speed fight and wins the match for you. Or he contributes actually nothing and you lose immediately afterwards. So then came Requiem Rowana, which I did a video on when she came out and talked a bit about her. Haven't really changed her gear that much. She doesn't do that much damage. She's there primarily just to knock people down and to proc Astromancer Elena, and every now and then increase the cooldowns. But this is a problem, though. Here's a problem, though. The increasing cooldowns by 1 turn does not function against a lot of the passive abilities in the game. It also doesn't work against things like the reason why young Senya is built the way she is, where her proc is based on not a cooldown but a resource, is so that as few things as possible can interact with it. Because otherwise, you might ask questions like, why can't I increase the cooldown on this so it can't act until she's had a turn? There's a lot of times this comes up where this just doesn't really help. It doesn't help as much as it should, or doesn't do anything at all. I have no idea what a heavy blow is. I have not a clue. I'm still not sure what a heavy blow is. I've combed through the thing here for what a heavy blow is, and I can't find it. But let me Strike has a 30% chance to occur when the attacker fails to make a critical hit. Damage dealt increases by 30%. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I do not know what SU7N means either. That's a weird one. Maybe if you had something other than wingdings as your font, this would be a useful image. I have no idea what this is. Strike. What does that mean? It doesn't say heavy blow. So what is heavy blow? What does heavy blow mean? Is this another very easily QA'd translation error? Because it seems kind of like a bra moment to me. I mean, even from the very beginning, this dude is busted. Just infinite counterattacks if you have a debuff. So he just kind of like arbitrarily counters a lot of shit in the game. Right? But what thing you're going to notice is that, kind of like Dark Corvus, he's not immune to the fear effect from Mort. So when they gave Mort his 2-turn stun, they allowed that stun to bypass all the other conventions they had in the game related to stun. So, Mort is, I've used him mostly for PvE. I used him a little bit in PvP when he came out. I never had the gear for him. But now that I've seen that they've turned him into actually complete and total insanity, I think I would be better off taking my Dark Corvus gear and putting it onto him. Because he just, yeah. I don't even need to talk about him. He's just busted. Like, yeah, he had some problems. Maybe he needed a little bit of love. Right? I don't know. It feels like every single one of these shitty game companies, like Blizzard and Riot, when they do a hero rework, or when they buff a hero, they always have to overtune it to fuck. There's no reason to do so. There's no need to do so. But they make things unbelievably busted. I remember the supports in Heroes of the Storm were really bad for this. But a lot of the shit they did in League was really bad too. League always had really bad design though. Epic 7 could be forgiven for some of its problems early on. And in fact, it was so whale-centric and so RNG-centric because it is just a phone game, and nobody has any expectations whatsoever when they walk into a phone game because you're never going to find a phone game that is well-designed, well-balanced. But that doesn't mean they don't possess the ability to be well-designed and well-balanced. The sad part about Epic 7 is they try to peddle this game as competitive. All the time when I sign in, they go on about this tournament, and it's like, so it's a tournament of dice rolling. It's like the equivalent of some level 1 characters in D&D rolling dice against each other. That is very competitive. Yes. That 15% to win or lose and possibly get money or whatever. Oh yeah, and then there was her. So your other proposed solution to dealing with debuffs, like stuns and such, other than Abyssal Crown because it ignores effect resist entirely, is effect resistance, which is basically try to match RNG with RNG. Now, again, I don't know the exact numbers for this. I remember being told that you need to have like 50% more effect resist than effectiveness for it to start showing results. That's what I remember being told, but that could be wrong. 168 is not that much. But you kind of need it on characters like her because unlike, say, for example, Zerato or Mort, she relies on a buff to counterattack, and they have this obsession with everything in the game removing buffs that they've been clinging to for some years now. So she'll like get her thing up, if she can get a turn at all, being as fucking slow as she is, and then it'll just be removed anyways. Great. I used her a lot against Zeo because most Zeos do not have that much effectiveness. But if he did have effectiveness, then we would lose, because, yeah. There's this character. There really is this character. And what was it people put on her? They put on, was it Candlestick? And she just had permanent immortality. Unless you had, like, over 200% effectiveness or something like that. And it was just every Guild Wars defense had her for a while. Like, they didn't see this coming because they don't play their own game. This hero is busted. I don't care if she doesn't kill this Hwayoung or Arunka. They just, I don't get it. Like, you can have a summer version of a unit, but why do they have a summer version of an ML version of a unit? Like, just make a new character at this point. I don't know. They just like really, they don't really have creative people in their company, and they're just not really good at coming up with new character designs, I guess. God damn it. The interface is not something I really get used to. It's still kind of awkward. It's just a less efficient interface. They're still trying to peddle absolutely insane shit. Like you can get some level 88 epic equipment selection. It doesn't tell you if it's already leveled, like some of this stuff is, or what. This costs 2,500, and that's all you get for it. Along with some of the shit that's frankly not very useful to me. 5.5k, 2.7k. When getting gear upgrades in this game are as rare as they are, you don't really go through those resources very quickly at all. And that's as free to play. I mean, if you're spending money on this, well, for one, you're fucking insane. For two, you're going to be spending even more shit than I am. I got a dupe Barbie off of Covenant. That's great. Hey, look, this is the first valuable thing I've seen in a while. Except Durandal isn't as useful as it used to be because Chunks of Heroes counter everything related to Dark Corvus now. Like, he already really wasn't that great against many compositions. He was very situational. But they've introduced even more shit that just either makes him irrelevant. Oh, look at this. It's stuffed in my storage is what it is. The storage expansion was nice. The fact that you can finally expand it slightly larger. As you can see, I've been doing a mix of Banshee and Wyvern here. And most of this is pretty worthless, to be fair with you. And we're going to just smash all of it. I'll hang on to this just in case, but I'll show you what my item upgrades have looked like in the last couple months. In fact, we're gonna do some item upgrading. Basically, nothing that drops is any good. All this stuff is just pure garbage. You almost never see any dropped items of any value. This here has, if this went all into speed, it might be good, but purple items are just inferior in general, so this one here has pretty shitty stats on it, but again, if it went all speed, it could be good. I really, really hate the event that they have. It's very boring, but if you want the rest of the gear, you gotta do it, and it takes a long time. It's not enjoyable whatsoever. I didn't come into this to do mini games, okay? The 10-minute stand around as you automatically emit projectiles shit is lame. Gotta say it's lame. All right, let's move on to items. So I have a couple boxes I think I got from the event that turn into items. Let's take a look really quick here. Here we are. So you can acquire a piece and a set of your choice. So what do I need? I need this, and I can't choose. Oh, these are random stats. Okay, so we do need speed weapons. I need kind of like speed everything, but weapons and helms are pretty important. So looks like all those are garbage. Shocking. We'll try this here. This one has some potential. Garbage. And this looks like pretty much garbage. If it's speed set and it doesn't have speed on it, it's pretty much garbage out of the gate. You don't get very much out of that. And these two are trash. We'll grab a couple additional helms here. No, those are all garbage, so we'll try again. Definitely need speed on these, but I guess we could see if one of them would fit Harsetti, because I think that she scale. I don't know what she scales off of, but an effectiveness one might be good for her, even if it's not amazing. So here's speed. This is pretty much all gonna go into speed here, and those are all trash. So we'll try again. Alright, so out of 6 rolls, a single one saw speed, and it's flat HP with flat attack, very low effectiveness, and 8% armor. So we kind of have to level that even though it's garbage because I have nothing with speed on it. So we do have some reversing stones here. We have 5 of them from the event. We're going to use these for sure once I go back into my inventory and see what it is I need to revert. So I have a special needs inventory somewhere here. This is it. As you can see, I have special needs items here that are all pretty much garbage. And yeah, you can see the stats on some of these is pretty terrible. So we're going to bring out some of these here, and we're going to reset them, and we're going to hope for the best. So it kind of looks like I can be safe going 2 and 2. Okay. So we're gonna hop into, I guess it's here. I forget which weapons they were. The fuck. Did I not? Oh, I can't use those on the 88 items. Okay. Duly noted. Those are different just to have an extra source of incentive to make you spend more money, basically. So we'll reset this. We're going to upgrade it, and we're going to hope it goes into everything besides defense. So we've got 2 speed and 8 defense. And we got 8 attack. Alright, it went into defense again, so we're going to reset this one again. I've got a number of them here, you can see. So we'll just keep going until we get good results on this. We kind of need this to have good results. This is a very important item to have high speed on. At least 15 speed. Preferably higher than that. We're getting fairly reasonable rolls elsewhere, to be fair with you. So we basically... we got nothing for speed, pretty much. I'll leave it for the moment. There might be other stuff I want to reset. So let's take a look here. I can't reset any of these, unfortunately. They are hot garbage, but... see, this one here is pretty trash, too. We don't want any health on that. needs to everything that went into health has to go into speed, pretty much. So here's another garbage one, but there's not much point in resetting this because its other stats are shit. So yeah, okay, I pulled those out of the goat locker. I see. I don't know if there's much point in resetting this one, honestly. I am tempted to do so because I would like to see this go into speed. And the crit damage on it is not really that high for what it is. That, like... yeah, I don't know. I'm aloof about that one. This one here, there's not much point in resetting this one. The chances of getting good returns on it are pretty low. This here is kind of crummy, but I'm not sure we can really do any better with that. Like, the chances of salvaging some of that shit is kind of garbage. Recommended. It's recommending me to reset this, even though for an injury item, this one's actually not too bad. And this one here is not too bad either. It definitely could be higher, but I mean, it's only 88. So you can't really expect a lot out of those items. There's others I can't remember that we needed to reset. Yeah, this here. So we really can't reset the ones I wanted to reset. All those 88 special items that supposedly roll well did not roll well. And I can't reset the majority of them. This one here is pretty garbage. So I think we're going to reset this one. And we're going to try to level this one up. And we're going to hope it goes speed. This needs to pretty much all go speed. Anything besides defense is okay, but it pretty much all needed to go speed. So we can't reset that again. You can buy those for, wow, that is way too expensive. I guess if you've already got every hero in the game, you do end up getting a pretty large chunk of Skystone, but you'll burn through it pretty much in a heartbeat, burning it on those. So we do have the two that I got for these items as well, and we can see that this item here is very garbage, but there's not much point in leveling any of those up. None of them are worth leveling. Why did I ever level that when it's a torrent item with health? I don't know, but it certainly doesn't look like a plus 15 item, does it? This looks like a plus 9 item tops. I think I'm gonna reset this one. Yeah, I'm gonna reset this one. We're gonna hope it avoids health. Or if it takes health, it avoids attack, basically. We don't need a mixing here. I would have liked to have seen a very high crit damage, but we got 5 instead. So, you know what? I'm going to re-roll this again. So, keep in mind, just within the span of, what, like 5-10 minutes, I have burned through well over 10,000 Skystone worth of materials here. And so far, I've gotten like one mediocre item out of it. I mean, that's better for what I use her for, right? So what I would do in this case is I'm going to turn that health into flat attack. Remember, I use my Cerise for damage, but I just wanted the boots to be better in general. Having mixed stats on them is just really not worth it. So this is going to be like... we're looking for at least 45. But I got a max out of it. That's not too bad. So now we can reforge that. And that will... yeah. It's actually not too bad for her, all things considered. I think we might have gone slightly overkill on crit damage, or crit chance, but That's actually good for her. That's kind of what I wanted for her. So let's see what other junk I've got. We have a few items we're going to attempt to level. We're going to attempt to level this one. If it goes into anything but speed or effectiveness. Oh, we already took 2 effectiveness. Okay, this all has to go into speed at this point or it's dead. Okay, we got 1 very, very low. We always get 2 speed. 2 speed has a very, very high chance. And it's dead. So I'm just going to scrunch that. This here is 2 times attack on a health is dead. And this here is 2 flat, that's dead. This here is 2 times attack plus flat health, 2 flat health, it's dead. And this here is again exact same thing, it's dead. We don't need speed. If we're going to use Harasetti at any point, I'm probably going to make her like counterattack or crit damage or something like that. So when I look at these shitty ass items that are speed and they don't even have a speed thing on them, they are not worth leveling whatsoever. We would need to have crit chance plus effectiveness and then some other shit on Harasetti. So this stuff here, I'm going to just get rid of all of it. This here has potential. I am going to level this one. So long as we don't go too far into that flat attack, it could be okay. Because it is effectiveness and we can put it on her. If we go very hard into health, we might have another character that might be able to use it. Oh, flat attack. So the rolls on this one here are pretty low so far. So we got 3 and 3 and 2 5s, and yeah, that's dead. That's dead. Yeah, next up, this here is garbage. It's gone. This here is health and attack with, yep, that's gone. Same thing, flat stats is gone. We'll try this one here because it's got speed. This has to all go into speed. I'll let 1 crit go through, but this needs speed. 3. And an attack. If we saw 2 4s on here, it would be good. But we're not going to see 2 4s. Yeah, I mean, we are avoiding that crit or that effect resist. So that was what? 2 6s? What does that turn into? I mean, I probably shouldn't get rid of that one because it's probably better than most of the ones I have. We need this to go into 4. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I always get good luck on those. There's a few times I don't, but I can afford to be frivolous with those because it's I have so much of them I can't possibly run out. These are all hot garbage. This is speed with no speed. There's no speed on here. The rolls on it are pretty high overall, but there's no speed at all. So making use of that's pretty hard. So I'm gonna get rid of that. And this here does have speed. This actually has pretty good stats overall on it. The damage could be higher, but if we all roll into speed and just speed, it would be nice. Look, it's another 2. We did get speed. It just rolled 2. That just doesn't really look like a plus 14 item to me. That looks like it's pretty much hot garbage. We're gonna re-roll that one. I have yeah, I have that. So we're gonna re-roll that. No particular reason why. Just, I mean, I have it. I may as well use it. So again, we would like to see speed. We got 1. Oh, we got 2. There was 2 2s. Alright, I realized we were a +9 item and we had just wasted an upgrade on it. Yeah, so this is going pretty badly, actually. We pretty much have to see this last one go into speed, which we didn't. So that is a dead item. That is absolutely a dead item. And turns into 10 speed. I mean, 26 health isn't bad, but the crit damage could have been way better, and we could have seen more than 2 2s on speed. So I mean, I guess it's better than some of my items, but it feels kind of gross upgrading that when it could have been like a +12 speed instead of 10. That's a pretty substantial difference. But I mean, look how many dragon dildos I've got. It doesn't even matter. This here is garbage and will be sold for upgrade materials. This here is some low stats on it with flat. I'll just upgrade it kind of out of curiosity here just to see if it hits that flat health, which it doesn't, but well, those rolls are bad, so I'm going to sell that. This here is 2 speed, but that's all we seem to roll these days, so we'll see if we get another 2 speed out of it. This pretty much has to go into speed, and we got 3. That's 3, it's Metzen's 3. And it's dead. So I'll sell that. And this is hopeless, that's dead. This is dead. We need to see some speed on this, and that might be good if we did. But it's dead. So that's it for those items. Let's check out these event items here. This can't roll both of them. So now it needs to roll all health. Which is precisely why we rolled attack, because we want to have split stats so that it's worthless. Let's try this one. Well, we're gonna dodge that speed every chance we get. Yeah, I'm gonna dodge that speed. Why would we roll speeds, huh? This is a ring and we needed it to roll speed because all my rings are slow as fuck. And it's an attack primary that rolled into health too, so that's also doubly bad. Yep, and it rolled into health again just to be extra worthless. So that's going to need to be reset whenever I can. And these come pre-upgraded, I think. This one does. With only 16 speeds. But I think that might be... That might be an upgrade for my Luna? Nah, hers is a lot better. Okay. If I had a destruction weapon that was 16 speed, that would be an upgrade for her. This is hot garbage. And this stuff here. Okay, so the results of that, of all the events thus far, is this, which is very hard to use because it's so slow. So this is basically a PvE only item for me. It doesn't have any effectiveness on it, but hypothetically it could go into one of my hunts, which already clear the bosses really easily, so it's like, it's kind of negligible if it's really useful or not. And this is pretty much hot garbage, but maybe a PvE item, possibly. This here is arguably decent. I don't know what I would use it for. I needed health for something, but I needed health for something that has damage values on it, and that's not what these have. So they these are all just flat items that we just got out of the event. So they basically made sure the items are as hard to use and as basically as worthless for PvP as humanly possible. We may as well upgrade this so I can get rid of it as well. 5% effect resist. Wowee. Wow, wait, yeah, that's dead. So, these are the 2 items I got out of all that, 10,000 Skystone or more. We got these items here, which are kind of gross, and just look at the speed values on them. They're pretty much hot garbage. This item here is somehow an equipment score 98 with these stats. I do not know how that works, but this could hypothetically be a Harseti item. I don't know if she gets any benefit from attack or not, though. This here is a pretty much worthless item, but it's 20% crit, so I don't know, maybe a hunt could use it. This too has very low stats, and a lot of it goes into effect resist, which is not really that great, but you can't get attack on here, so we'll leave it. This here is one of the fastest chest items I have, and that's really sad, but that's all I've got. I'm gonna reforge that because I have so few of them that are any good, and it's only 15 speed, but that's the best I can do. I have no idea why I upgraded this at all. This is probably one of the items I was looking at for Harseti if she scales off of defense or health or something like that. I don't have her, of course, so I don't think I can even check her fucking character at the moment. Most of this stuff here is pretty shit. This is definitely shit. I don't know why I even hung on to this. It's only 13 speed, and it's mixed stats for reasons. Why do I have this? Oh, I think it was going to go in Requiem Rowena if it was an upgrade for her, which it kind of isn't. And this is... it's 30% attack, which isn't too bad, mind you. There's basically no speed on it whatsoever, but it's 30% attack, which is not bad. I think what I would do on this item is I would take this and I would turn this into flat attack, so I can do that. I don't remember what the boxes look like. Oh right, it's these guys here. As you can see, I have so many of these that I kind of just glazed over them. So what did I want? I wanted flat attack, right? Right here. What was the item again? It didn't remember where I was on the menu when I did that, so I had to... Was it a ring or was it a neck? I think it was a neck, wasn't it? I don't know if modifying or reforging actually, if the order of operations really affects any of that shit or not. You may as well go higher. You may as well go to the top. No. Go to the top. Go to the top. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. There's our attack max. It's got 7 speed. Whoop-de-doo. This here is one of the fastest necks I have right here. So I'm going to turn this into a crit damage, which means I'm going to need to go get some crit damage. Oh, we have crit damage. I need crit chance. Herpity derpity doodah. I've got crit chance right here. Look at that, 4% though. So we're gonna max this out because this is 17 speed. That's a whopper. That's as fast as it gets in my parts. That's a good item for me. That's probably the best item I've gotten out of ever since I restarted the game, honestly. Because it's 17 speed. I can't use it. I don't have anything that can use it, but I could hypothetically put it on her. She could use it. Never mind then. Never mind then, LOL. LOL. That's one of my fastest rings, huh? Okay. What about, can't put it on her either. As much as I'd like to, I don't have speed items for the helm and weapon because we didn't get any. So once again, I come out of this with no actual real upgrades, huh? What about, let's see here. This could be upgraded. And it would give me about the same effectiveness. Slightly more health. Our armor would be a little lower, but our attack would go up. And we would gain an insignificant amount of effect resist. So this is actually worthless for her. And this is more effectiveness. Crit chance that we don't need. No good attack stats on it. So kind of not really much Unless you really, really wanted that effectiveness. Effectiveness does seem to be quite valuable against those Senya groups, young Senya, but since I'm pretty sure it doesn't affect her passive whatsoever, the cooldown reduction, it just makes her even more worthless than she already was. You can't run her against those groups because, what do you know, Senya will one-shot you, or bring you close enough to being one-shotted that it's a de facto one-shot by extent of the rest of her team instantly killing you because you weren't able to control them. That's the problem, is those heroes are very, very binary. If you don't control them, you just lose. Now, what about this dude? This dude here, he could be improved. He absolutely could be improved. Do you want to know how I could improve him? I could turn him into Torrent instead of Crit. The problem is I think I can't do that because of my crits. I would gain some damage from Torrent. So if I had better boots than this, if this wasn't a reforge, if this was normally attack, and we had a dip in a crit, this would actually be an upgrade for him overall. Because then we would have slightly higher attack, it would even out, and then we wouldn't lose this. And this doesn't matter. But we do lose on everything because my gear is garbage. We don't really need much more speed on him than what he's got. Well, too bad, I guess, LOL. LOL! Hey. I can upgrade this, the dude sex item. Alright. How do I get to my stash where it's at, though? I've got to go to summon. I've got to go to an entirely unrelated menu and then click the button. Because that was an improvement to our interface. Uh-oh, my inventory is still full. I thought I just emptied my inventory. Nope. There's another inventory. I wish I could set it to just auto-sell level 3 fucking items here. I'm in this menu and I can hear the audio for the summoning menu. The summoning, that's a performance hit that they're calculating and animating that and loading the assets. We're not even in it. I'm not gonna worry about that. Like, am I gonna use it? No. But I have to go in there to open that menu. So it's just like I have to suffer the performance loss for actually no reason. It's a very poorly thought out, presuming they thought out any portion of it, design decision to do that. The dude sex item has been increased. Line goes up. You weren't gonna give me a great bonus for that extra 1% experience, huh? SMH my head. I have Durandal and I have Idol's Cheer. Durandal doesn't even feel that good on him now. It's so many things that just ignore his effect resistor, whatever, and prevent him from doing anything. Maximum epic. You wouldn't even know this dude is running an effect resist set with how little effect resist he has and how little difference it makes. It's kind of sad. So Politis is currently using this, which is not very good. Not anymore. We could use that elsewhere. So as you can see, I took 2 Abyssal Crowns for my event because why wouldn't I? It's one of the best items in the game. So, line goes up once again. There you go. That's what we wanted. We'll lock that. She can finally stun people again. We can finally roll the dice once more. She would actually benefit from such an item too, but it doesn't exist. Her own artifact is pretty nice, but you can only get a couple of artifacts, so I am tempted to use the bottle of knowledge on that, but same with the others. We can't get another symbol of unity, sadly. And so we increased her. I don't know if her crit was already maxed or not, but we improved her anyways because there's, I think, a little bit more damage that comes out of this. That's her first actual gear upgrade since I kind of started the game. I could try to fish another 1% out of this, but I don't think it's worth it because I think this item is a piece of garbage. We'll see. I don't think there's a better one that I have that she can use, more to the point. Look at this piece of shit. Wow. Wow. That's bad. This is one of the best items I have here. Most of them are, yeah, this is the best ring I have right here for speed. And I had to reroll this in a flat attack. The crit damage took nothing, and it's only 17. So I would love to have something other than defense on Knuckle. I really would. That would be cool. Do you want to try to make one? We have a bunch of ding-dongs. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to need every single one of them. Because you know we're not going to get anything useful. Actually, I don't think I can do this because I don't think I have enough effectiveness. I'll have to burn a whole bunch of these. Actually, crit chance, I don't think I need at all. So we're trying to make her knockwall and not garbage. I'm fine giving her an attack or an effectiveness. Either one works for me. I'm fine making her do damage, but this one here might have been interesting actually if it had speed on it instead of effectiveness, or instead of one of the others. I might upgrade that one just kind of out of morbid curiosity. Even looking at some of those gives me anxiety, honestly. Alright, it's time. Alright, roll number 1. It's garbage. Roll number 2. It's also garbage. Roll number 3. It's garbage. Roll number 4. It's garbage. Roll number 5. It's got speed at least. Roll number 6. It's garbage. Roll number 7. It's garbage. Roll number 8. It's garbage. Alright. 1 out of 8. 1 out of 8. That's some months of savings there, by the way, that just evaporated in an absolute instant. And I'm going to hang on to this because, again, Harsetti might use that. I'm thinking maybe if we want effectiveness on... same with this one, honestly. But they're crit, so it's not as useful, but... like, I don't know. So I kind of have to hang on to those. So this one here is literally the only one worth leveling up. And it pretty much has to go... oh, no. It went into effect resist. It always does. Well, that's dead. Alright. Now what else have I got here? I've got a couple more, don't I? No, I don't have any more. That's it. That's all I've got. Ah, let's open this. What do you suppose I'm going to get out of this? Now, I have been in the market for a good crit damage. Well, I guess I'm going to still be in the market, huh? Well, bye. I've got some elixirs here. I can't do anything with them at all. Alright, well, that's the entirety of all the content I got out of the event. Sans the hunt material, which, as you could tell, really wasn't anything to hoot about anyways. It's Jover. It's Jover. Why do I have this? Oh, did I? Yeah, I showed you the tab with the other items in it that are all hot garbage. You've been exposed. You've seen the dark side of the prostate. Yeah, it's a very unrewarding experience, actually. It's pretty much part and parcel with everything else I've done in this game for however many years I've played it since the beginning. It's a very unrewarding game. Like, you just don't really get anything back for your time that you've invested into it. This is supposed to be one of the largest events of the year, if not the largest events of the year. And I didn't get any upgrades at all for my units. I got like 2 items that are maybe useful in the future for PvE. I didn't get anything that even approached my existing already really low speed items. And all the resources I invested into trying to get something I could at least use to replace Knockwell's defense primary ring was a complete waste of time. And I mean, that's been part and parcel. I've gone through, I don't know how many hundreds of those blue things where I've just gotten nothing out of them. Like, they just don't give you anything. And those reset items, that's like a year's worth of reset items or more. And that was all worthless. And the event sure isn't giving me anything that I care about. Right? Like, I'm not getting anything from the event whatsoever. It's a very, very unrewarding game. Straight up. It's just unrewarding. This guy's from the guild Angle. How do you like defense break? I like defense break. Defense break is neat. Don't you agree? It's neat. I like it. I mean, I can understand why you want to break the speed meta because, those heroes exist. And they kind of just kill everything. Fuck this bitch. Fuck that bitch. I'm killing her. She does not deserve to live. I think he forgot to make his Renak fast. Isn't she supposed to be fast? Now, who goes first here? We're gonna pop some things on them. Oh, never mind. I guess not. Just gonna say, is he gonna dispel all my shit? Or is Pavel gonna go? I guess it doesn't really matter which. She's not very useful for it either. You can't run counterattacks against it because he just disables all of them. So it's actually, what I would do is I would ignore these compositions, right? But if I was to do RTA, I can't ignore those compositions. Any other composition without her, regardless if it has Morton or not, I can just kill them. Like, they're harmless. Like, this one here is harmless. I can bring anything I want into this. I can bring her into this, and I can give her friendship. She likes to watch people die. Like, groups like this is just like, what are they gonna do to me? The worst case is the one evades me a whole lot. Oh, she evaded me. We're off to a good start, but she doesn't build tanky, so she's still eventually gonna die. Right? And everyone else, just, even without the armor breaks, they're not gonna counterattack. One of them's already dead. The other one's already dead. This one's gonna be dead. Doesn't even matter if he crits or not. She just doesn't have that much health. Now, at this point, I can do anything I want, but I'll do this. Because extra combat readiness! Observe as my party goes up. Line goes up, LOL. Line goes up again, LOL. We were gonna lap him. I think everything was gonna lap him. I think the one character may not have even had gear. Like, look at this. This right here. This right here is literally the exact same thing. Except the only difference I have on this one is I just bring Briarwitch Shazaria. That's kind of the issue with this character is, okay, he's only level like 66, but she doesn't stop cleaving. I think she's only a problem if you run tanker bruiser compositions. Also, this Renak was actually pretty fast. That's precisely why I have some extra speed on her, because, well, we just bump ahead. It doesn't matter what your gear is at in speed. LOL XD. Speed is king. Speed is king until we arbitrarily remove the speed game. When we arbitrarily remove the speed game, then you can't do anything with that anymore, right? Then it just ceases to exist. Like, out of these compositions here, the only one that I have to worry about is this one here. I don't know what I do against this other than try to run a tank comp. But you know what? I think she counters the tank comp, because her damage appears to be actually insane. Yeah, like this right here. Right here. Bring out your dad. Did I fuck up my positioning? No, we're good. We're good. Oh, he's so much slower than I thought. She's as slow as molasses. She's all sticky in my hair. What a shame. Oh, I think she may have stolen my attack buff. She stole my crit buff. She gives herself an attack buff. Yeah, whatever. I forgot that she always steals the combat rating list too. Onegai. That also always gives her pretty much gonna guarantee, as long as she's behind some other units, she will usually have soul burn on that, which actually makes her a decent cleaver. Oh, we didn't get rid of it. It's okay. I'll do this. We'll let him get a chance to do something. So much damage this does. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay. She actually does damage when she stacks that up. With a bonus, that would have been like, what, 13, 14k or something? That's not too bad. What about this? And this is level 65. The dude is cracked out for level 65. These accounts are definitely all whales. I can't see a level 65 having all these new characters. I would assume they're like an old account that just doesn't do anything, but then I have to wonder how he has the resources to roll on this shit. He doesn't have any effect resist, so there's not too much to really worry about. Holy shit, look at this. This is a weird one. There's no Mort in this one. Isn't that bizarre? Go for it. Death is Finn. You must really like fish. Maybe he's one of those shark girl enthusiasts. God. Think of the biting. Alright, don't worry about it. We're gonna give Dark Corvus revive. Just Dark Corvus though, because she doesn't remove anything. Alright, here we go. She has injury. Don't worry about it. Oh, all of them either 15%ed me, or they actually all have effect resist. Which is neat, I guess. Alright, now I wasn't too impressed by that, but we can't counter at the moment because the one removed counters from us. I forgot that she does that too. Okay, well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm good. As long as I can double attack, which I might not. I guess I won't. Alright, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm good. Yeah. Counter me again. Counter me again. Yeah. She's getting more shit out of that than I am, actually.
지금입니다. 공기가 빠져. 자, 당신다.
No doubles. No doubles.
그 성적으로.
I don't know what this is. Yeah, there's the counter. There's the counter.
너희는 처단을
Here, we're gonna blow this.
마신의 힘을 보여주겠다.
Oh, she's dead. LOL.
점점 낮았네. 예수님은 안 좋아해서. 머저리.
All right, don't worry about it. Nah, go for this one. Holy shit! Dual attack. All right, go for this one. Like that. Oh shit! Counter attack. Oh, she's dead. Wait for it. Oh, no, she's back. Oh, we lose our soul burn when that happens. I don't know what to say about that. That's kind of silly. We should get our extra attack.
이 세계 더 이상 존재 가치.
Check out this provoke though. Oh, check out these heals though. Can I remove that? Nope. There's the dual attack I wanted. Yeah, 1,000 damage reduce. She gets to do a thing. I really like how they put increased attack on those to gut the power budget that you would get from it otherwise, to reduce the damage they deal. But then they put in Young Senya that deals 10,000 damage to the entire group arbitrarily as extra damage freely after shedding all shit. There's some cognitive dissonance between their everything, honestly. I forgot how annoying Water's Origin is. It's not often when I run a low damage composition like this. Back in the day, I'd been timed out so many times due to Water's Origin. Water's Origin, Destina, and stuff like that, just boosting themselves and healing non-stop. Hey, here's one I almost never see. I've never seen her before. I'm gonna just cleave this, because... So, she arbitrarily gives a 3-turn. That's right, 3. That's 3. That's Metzen's 3. A 3-turn immunity. If, fucking why? If you have a first turn, because... I don't know. He applied some more shit that I'm just gonna remove. Or not? Where's my extra attack though? Where was Paolo's attack though? I'm confused. Where was Pavel's? What happened? What the fuck? Where was Pavel's attack though? We crit, and there was no doubt about that. I have her in storage. I can't even read her abilities right now. Oh right, no. It was the resources. Yeah, and I just was talking about that. All right, that makes more sense. That's why. And he doesn't work. So that was just my bad, really. Bye. So her limitation is she does not remove. She doesn't actually remove anything. So if you just get rid of the immunity with Ran, she can't do anything about that. See, the increased speed is kind of dangerous because she's not going to get rid of that, but this is just as effective. All you need is another damage dealer that has decent speed, which admittedly is certainly a far cry for me because, yeah, a damage dealer that deals decent speed. I'm gonna go over to Mike here, and I guess we should have run Azaria for this because this one probably has a revive. we're probably fine. Palvo works against Yufine too. Especially when she doesn't have any support. But we didn't apply any armor breaks, so that's not very good. This will remove the immortality. Unless we get fit. Nah, it's good. Bonk! I'm surprised she was the one to survive, honestly. I thought the Yufine might survive. Sandrix is a name I remember. Wasn't he on my friends list before? This is my other son. The last successful son, mind you. This is the one that got away. Are we even gonna apply debuffs for her? We're kind of relying a lot on Abyssal Crown for that, aren't we? Oh wow, the Luna is almost as slow as my Pavel. I'm pretty sure my Amit is faster than that. Boink. Isn't that supposed to stop? I guess it only stops that from happening if she has immunity, right? I don't think Army Search Dog is going to get a chance to do anything, by the way. I think... Oh, wait, he lived. No, okay. Get him! Get him! Yeah. Dude, 8.2k damage. Army Search Dog is real. Alpha Wolves. That's supposed to be Alpha Wolves. But don't tell Xbox users that. They might blow a gasket. And then they'll probably blow a nut. Just in case they have effect resist. The only one of them has armor break. That is a little concerning. How about that Abyssal Crown, though? At least she won't apply armor break. I told you. It's Karina, man. This is why I hate Karina. Is because she exists. We didn't apply armor break, so technically I lost due to RNG. That's really sad, so I'm just gonna try again and re-roll again. This game is about rolling the dice. If I put armor break on her, I just win. See, now I've got the armor breaks I needed. If I had the armor breaks before, I would have been good before too. All I needed was one armor break in either the first one or on the Karina, so that Pavel could do something to her. Yeah, I still one-shot everyone anyways. No? Doesn't matter. We didn't take as much damage. I don't know why we didn't take... Oh, right. We didn't get hit with a one counter attack. That's why. It really is just RNG. Just RNG LOL. Roll the dice. That's how we have a competitive game that we advertise you can play competitively, because just rolling dice makes your game competitive. I guess. I guess. I don't know, man. That's what they're telling me. They're telling me that makes a game competitively exciting. Yeah, let's try that. I'm curious. She's gonna be our damage dealer, other than the Pavel, of course. But so what we do, honestly, what we do with him doesn't matter as much, other than removing the immunity here, which we didn't. Because she might have effect resist? I'm not really sure. Okay, well, 15%, 15%. Remember, guys, RNG makes a game more exciting. LOL. So basically, what we've learned from this is that if I had not gotten 15%ed, and Roanna had knocked what's-her-face down, we would be good, right? So we'll try again. Can she not be knocked down? Like, what the hell? I thought we were knocking her down before. I'm so confused by that. I don't know why Roanna is not knocking her down. That's really strange. I wish I could view the hero information. Here we go. On the caster's turn, combat readiness increase effects of all hero, but that's only her turn. Rowena is not knocking her down. I'm a little bamboozled by that. I don't know what's going on. She's at 85. I need to watch her and see if it says immune or not. I swear to God, she has countered every single time. No, she must have. I don't really know what's going on. How much effect resist does she have? That's my curiosity. I have to do this somewhat differently, which is a little irritating. Because I wanted to do it that way. I mean, why bother with the Skystone? The shop doesn't give me mystic metals anyways. I don't get anything out of hanging on to it. There's no point. Look, another 15%. My gameplay experience was enriched. Because 15% is cool. I love 15%. Makes the game exciting. Look, she got ahead of me anyways, even though all my combat readiness showed me on top of her. Look, she almost one-shotted a hero with tons and tons and tons of armor because... Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't she? She's a tank. Of course she's gonna do damage. That's what a tank does. Right? Right? Or are you lying to me? Psst, I like how we didn't kill her. We didn't kill her. Oh, she got a full 3... All 3 persons got hit by Abyssal Crown. And you'll notice how my Rowena's Abyssal Crown has never procced a single time on this group. Just roll the dice. The game is more exciting when everything is left up to chance. What's that? Abyssal Crown doesn't proc for you, but it gets a full spread for him. What's that? You get 15% on removing the immunity and knocking her down again? Wow, that's exciting. What an exciting game. What's that? You didn't remove anything this time? LOL? Now who's gonna go first? She always survives with it. She has so little health. She only has 20k health. And it just doesn't matter. Now, I soul burn this. And we still can't remove anything because reasons, yeah. I can't believe we can't kill her. 40,000 damage. And look! It's double Abyssal Crown proc again. Because why wouldn't you double Abyssal Crown proc when I don't see any Abyssal Crown proc at all? Ever. Period. Isn't that exciting? Just roll the dice, bro. Roll the dice. One day I will see Abyssal Crown proc. One day. Not today, though. Let's see. What did the dice say today? The dice say you remove the immunity, but you don't get a knocker down or apply silence. Guess we'll try this. Oddly enough, she doesn't have her armor buff now. I don't know about that. Is it really necessary for heroes in this game to be that durable? Like, what? You didn't? What the hell's going on with the? I don't even. This is so stupid. Like, this is legitimately really stupid. Look, she gets to apply Abyssal Crown again, but I don't. I'm confused. I'm a little confused. I'm gonna check my Rowena's gear. I have to not have Abyssal Crown on her. That's the only explanation. I must have removed it. No, it's right there. It's right there. It's literally right there. I never seen it proc. It never goes off. It never goes off at all. Awfully mysterious, don't you think? Definitely very mysterious. It's definitely an interesting way to balance a game here. When in doubt, apply additional RNG. Although I think we might be screwed anyways because the RNG has already it's already worked against me. Oh, look! Dude, I got Abyssal Crown to proc. We stunned him. It's real. It exists. She got ahead of me anyways, by the way. Because a tank should be able to to one-shot, nearly one-shot a DPS through all of that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. No idea what they were smoking with this game. They gave her an innate combat readiness boost. Look, everyone's stunned. I don't know how useful this is because the speed is so fucked. This is stupid is what this is. RNG is magic. This game is balanced very well. Bye. RNG is magic. I don't understand what they were smoking with this game. Abyssal Crown is dumb enough. It really is, but everything else on top of it just boggles the mind. We were just saving our Abyssal Crown procs for 15 fights later, I guess. That is some of the dumbest shit I have ever seen in a game. What on earth would compel you to balance a game like this? Ah, right. You don't care about balance. There is no balance. Balance doesn't exist. It's not real. Balance can't hurt you if it's not real. That's what they tell me. If I'm not mistaken, this new Tenebria also gives herself combat readiness. Wow, this Mort is really fast. He's really high up there. He shouldn't be, but he is. My Politis isn't gonna do anything. Unless this hyper tank survives, which she's not going to. What do we learn from this? We have learned that nothing has changed in this game for the better. Every single thing they've done in this game since I last played has made it worse. Every single thing. Every single thing they have done in this game since I last played has made it worse. The gear upgrades are still a nightmare. The events don't offset that nightmare. The fucking balancing is like sucking back iron shavings through a garden hose. The heroes they added are dumb. Thematically, that's one of the fastest weapons I have. Thematically, much less balance-wise. They have an Arunka and a Para that have no relationship to the old ones whatsoever. Why they use the names for their heroes when they're not at all related to them is really goofy, because they used to do that for the Moonlight heroes, but then they just decided we're not going to do that anymore, but we're going to use these names because we can't come up with any additional names. It's too difficult. Instead of, I don't know, trying to maybe fix the balance of the game, they just made it infinitely more annoying. That's the problem with this game, is there's nothing rewarding about the PvP whatsoever. It's just frustrating. It is just plain frustrating. And then you've got the summoning. What do you know? Every single thing I've had to roll on since I started, once again, I have to pity. I had to pity her. I had to dust her artifact. Just like every other artifact that ever gets released that I want, I have to dust it. Because that's just how it goes. What do you know? I dumped everything I have into trying to roll for her. I'm gonna have to pity her too, except I'm not gonna make the 13 rolls by the time that banner is up. So that'll be just another hero I miss out on, because you have to pity everything. The 100+ rolls I've thrown into this, with all of the gold things, with all the shit from the Abyss that I got, plus all of the event rolls, has gotten me nothing at all. I think I got the Cid that I didn't have, the Pirate Cid, whatever his name is. That's kind of like it. And like the 2 new 3-stars they added that are PvE heroes, and nothing else I got was any valuable at all. It was just, yeah, more blue transmit stones that I don't need, because I have like close to 2,000 of those, and I'll never spend them all. I'll never spend them all. What am I gonna spend it on? I can spend it on charms that I can only buy a very limited amount of. I sure as fuck don't need penguins. I don't need any of this shit. I would buy these if I could with blue transmit, but I can't because LOL. Like, it's just the exact same shit. It's always been. Just the exact same shit. And then, if you want to try to get mystics, you gotta do this. You gotta click through this. They never automated this or made this less annoying. It's just the same shit. And the dead clicks, you'll notice this in every single video I've got, the dead clicks, where the registration for clicking on things in the menu will randomly not work. You'll see that a lot when like ending fights or whatever with the confirmation windows, where the first couple clicks usually don't do anything. Or there's this long period of time where the button shows up, but it's not actually clickable. But there's also dead clicks too, where it just won't register. See there, again, it does this on both Nox and on Mumu. It's not an emulator specific thing. Golly, look at that. I sure needed that, LOL. It's not like the dead summons I get are any valuable to me whatsoever. I don't get enough 5-star dupes. I basically get no 5-star dupes. I don't get enough to max out the imprints of a lot of stuff. I don't have the gear for most of the things that I don't have maxed out. And 4 years into the game, I'm still struggling to gear out tanks and bruisers at a even remotely acceptable, much less competitive level. Like, I could have Senya, and I could try to gear Senya and Mort, and I wouldn't be able to. I don't have the means to give the Senya that 200 plus effect resist and then a respectable amount of health. I don't have a way to give a Mort 30,000 health. I don't have that. No way. It doesn't exist. I don't get that. That is not gear that I possess, that I ever see. And you've seen what happens when I try to get gear. Just try to fill out like 1 or 2 slots, like to get a ring for Knockwall. I'm just not permitted. I'm not allowed to. That weapon I just rolled, that health weapon, that is, I think, actually just flat out unusable for any character that I have, is right up there with my fastest weapons in the game. I can give it to her, actually. But is it an upgrade? Yeah. Yeah, this is an upgrade. It is +1 speed. That is an upgrade. Unbelievably. But it is. That's an upgrade for her. +1 speed. There you go. We upgraded a hero. It's a momentous occasion. That's the best we would see. If I played this game for the rest of the year, that's the best I'm going to see. Mort. I put some of his gear back on him. I'm nowhere near that 30k. I'm pretty sure he was running health primary on everything, but even with health primary on everything, I don't reach 30k. Yeah. The game has not improved whatsoever. Everybody was right when they said that things just got worse. I don't even want to know what Guild War looks like. I actually read somewhere that they changed Guild War. I don't know how they changed it, but they changed it. Apparently it was for the worse. I don't know what they changed. I would have to look it up, and honestly, I don't care to. Like, can you imagine trying to deal with Harsetti, Mort, Senya in those groups? How about Harsetti, ML Arunka plus that Flan? Or just, you could stick that Senya into just about anything. She benefits most from green heroes, I guess, but just having her there just to arbitrarily remove shit and be a pest and triggering extra attacks when the Arunka already does as much damage as a DPS character, and Harsetti will just stun everyone while removing counterattacks and making speed worthless. Like, there's just all those compositions are just like, that's the problem. Is in arena I can brute force it in some cases. Anytime I run into those, a lot of cases I can just brute force it. Well, there's a lot of cases I can't just brute force it like this. And in these cases here, I'm ignoring a character. Like, I ignored Fifi's in every single one of these. I just pretended she didn't exist. I focused exclusively on these two in my drafting. Is how do I deal with these two? Basically, if these two get their turns, then we just lose. It doesn't even matter really what these are. Well, In Guild War, because you only have 3, that's a lot less damage. That's way less damage, way less control. At that point, what do you do? Like, if I run ML Araminta in that case, she's not going to do enough damage to kill those on her own. I mean, yeah, okay, they ended up killing the Rowena or something at some... The Rowena contributed early into the fight by setting us up. Without that, like, what do you do at that point? The groups just feel like, since the heroes do so much on their own, they just do so many different things. All the tanks do huge damage. All the tanks apply the armor break that you need for everybody else to do damage. They're also giving themselves combat readiness all over the place when you normally needed somebody else to give them some kind of combat readiness or protect them long enough that they can do something when they reach their turn, like, you know, removing debuffs or whatever. You know, Green Leluca at all. Since they do so much on their own, they're so efficient and they're so much stronger in those solo fights. It makes them much more annoying in something like Guild War. And I'm not gonna bother with the World Arena because the skin, I saw the skin they have for this character. The skin looks so bland. They really dropped the ball on her skin. It hardly looks any different than her default skin, and it just looks like Conqueror Lilius, and that's it. They basically just copied somebody else's character art accidentally. They sent the wrong work order to their commissioner. Basically what it is. And like, do it. Would I want to do World Arena? Fuck no. Not in this meta. Holy shit. Unless I get Harsetti and can like draft around her myself. Every single composition that I run into would be Harsetti, Senya, Mort. That is all people are going to run in World Arena. And I can't ban that out. Because I need Zio to work against Harsetti, and they're just going to ban Zio. So she has to be banned. And then I have to ban Senya. My pre-bans are going to look like Harsetti, Senya. Which means all the other horseshit that I normally have to ban in this is going to get through. And you only get the 2 bans at Master Plus, and by that point I'm done anyways. So they really get to dictate the ban by having those characters. And the whole strategy I had for going through last time in Arena, when it was already really bad because of Bride Senya at all, was taking Zio and Ran first. And that was the whole strategy, was to take those 2. Because then they can't ban me out if I take those 2, because either one of those sets up my group. Almost nobody would ever ban ML Elena. They have no idea what that character does because nobody uses her, because nobody understands how fucking strong she is. She's just ridiculously strong. Even now, she's still ridiculously strong. The only characters that give her a problem is Politis and Celine. Only the smart people would ever take Politis or Celine against that. They would never take both of them, though. And I could ban that out. Now, the ratings for her are so confusing. There's some in here that say that she's not good, but they're really bad at drafting. Is basically what it is. Just use Knockwall. Knockwall doesn't give you a non-combat. Knockwall has way higher speed requirements. Knockwall doesn't do the kind of damage that she does. Like, what are you trying to use her with that she's not doing monstrous amounts of damage? My gear is garbage, and she's still absurdly powerful, even though she's using a non-combat artifact that doesn't contribute to her damage at all, except for this. And the extra souls is nice too, because she gives you an effect resist removing restrict, which is still good. It may not be as good today, but it's still good. It's just the power creep of other heroes well after Knockwall just make her a lot less relevant. But she still works if you can proc her before Harsetti. But man, the fact that Yaruka feeds herself so much combat readiness without even needing Durandal or anything, on top of everything else, that is a little broken. She's not as broken as Mort or young Senya, but she's still pretty broken. She's broken if you want to try to run something against that composition. The synergies is why those incredibly powerful, self-sufficient heroes become absolutely busted. It's because their self-sufficiency already makes them stronger than most of the other heroes 1v1. And now when they overlap certain characteristics against each other because they're so overbearing, it crowds out now massive amounts of compositions you could run. In what I have gear for, and what I have, I can only run specific things against that, and as you've seen, it's a complete RNG shit show. I could just as easily have won against that guy with my initial composition if I didn't get 15%ed on Zio 80% of the time, and if Rowena's Abyssal Crown would proc more than once every 10 fights. And if the enemy's Abyssal Crown didn't proc across my entire team every fight. That's why this isn't enjoyable, because it's not just I have to navigate the compositions. You know, sometimes it can be interesting to figure out the strengths and weaknesses of a composition and what odd things I can do to get around it. But when a lot of the time it comes down to, does this debuff land? Does this debuff not land? You know, it's out of your hands at that point. No longer are you planning or strategizing or anything. You're just submitting yourself to getting slapped by a whole bunch of crooked dicks. There's nothing enjoyable about that whatsoever. There's nothing enjoyable about rolling the dice. And these shit for brains incompetent developers who think that trying to call something competitive while making it roll the dice very clearly do not play their own game. They do not play games. They're just marketers who deserve to be strung up against a wall. I did the unthinkable. Oh, are you starting? Yeah, you are. You're calculating. Okay. I did the unthinkable. I hate how they changed that button to be add source or whatever the fuck. I went ahead and did challenge mode abyss following a video on the World Wide Web and just ignoring everything but the fucking the mystics, pretty much. Lots of politics, and we get to do the opium hit thing, the fucking dopamine hit of the pity. Epic. Alright. This is gonna be the final part of my my year hiatus from this game. We have acquired this Tenebria. And we're gonna blow some material on her. No. Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm talking about organic material. So, I was looking at her reviews when she came out, and people are saying she's kind of garbage. Peak female body oozing with sex appeal. I've completely lost my mind. I'm about to have a mental breakdown. Gallons of lives were space forfeited. Salute best waifu. Well, Hamsloth is he knows what he wants. Holy shit though. 300 speed. Damn son. Fuck you. Finally, I don't pity you, Mystic Character. Fuck you. Welcome home, 5-star Angelica. She feels really broken. Wow, crazy speed on these dudes. So everyone's kind of like running like health effectiveness speed. It's kind of like what I expected. Do not run her opener speed. She'll just miss debuffs and end up doing nothing. So what? You're supposed to get fucked by Zio, Ram, every other character like I've been fucking her in the ass with? Guess so. Hang on. I do not need to use the miracle of growth on her. I've got a different kind of growth I can use. Hang on. We got it from the event. A mysterious potion instantly awakens a hero to 6-star. I don't think I can use that on her quite yet, though. I think I need to use the transformation potion. So I have a dupe Sharoon, I have a dupe Charles, I have a dupe Blood Moon Haste, I have this dude, I have a dupe Arby, I have a dupe Bellion, and I have a dupe Zio. Where are you at? Where are you at? I think I actually gotta level her. Gonna level her skill. I don't even know what she even does. I don't even care. Grants an extra turn. Well, there you go. Triggers a dual attack from the ally with the highest attack. Oh, right. Yes, she inflicts a bunch of random debuffs. Well, you guys know about my gear. You know that I don't really have gear. Like, I could give her, like, my Rand's gear, but that feels like it's not a very wise idea, because she's probably not as useful as Rand is, especially for my compositions. But I have in mind something else I might be able to do with her. You might have noticed a trend in some of my itemization on my characters here. I need one. Thanks. So, she traps enemies in the cock cage, inflicts block and random debuff, which, if I'm not mistaken, random debuff includes stun. Yeah. Okay. And then her skill 2 inflicts anal rupture on all enemies, and it inflicts restrict as well, because LOL. So anal rupture, when attacked, inflicts additional damage proportional to maximum health. So she seems like a character that would really benefit a lot from, like, Etika's, or possibly not this. You never know. Effectiveness. Yeah. I've got some Abyssal Crowns as well. Somewhere. Etika's is on my... it's not the most useful of ding-dongs to be on her, but... you know, at the same time, I just don't feel like taking Abyssal Crown off of any of the heroes that are actually useful. Every 2 allied turns, except for the caster, increases combat readiness by 10%. Effectiveness, effect resist. Hang on here. I thought I was using this on someone. Using a skill that targets all enemies. Increases damage dealt by 7.7% with a 11% chance to decrease skill cooldown. So it's kind of like a shitty version of Etika's Scepter. Non-attack skill. Chatty is very good, but not useful for her. I don't know. I could take Etika's off of her. I mean, I don't really use her that much, do I? So, well, why not? I can't limit break it. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. So, normally what you would do is you would probably go for, like, speed and effectiveness, but hold on, we'll figure this out. We will figure this out. I have an idea. Okay, listen. I have an idea. Okay. I have an idea. We're gonna take this. Okay. Good shit. We're gonna change this. We are going to take this item here. Oh no, she's using it. Fuck. She's using it. Damn. Ass. Piss. This is in my expedition. Fuck it. Perfect. That's 9 point something crit chance and almost 30% effectiveness. So she almost has the stats of an actual hero, which is pretty crazy, actually. We're just going to make sure her skills don't scale based on... You'll notice a lot of these distinctively rolled terribly, like this one here that went all into defense. Well, we'll see what her damage is like. I'm sure it's absolute trash. But that doesn't matter. That has never mattered. That has never mattered in the arena. Nobody has attacked me at all. We have some individuals over here. We have Robotico MLK, Martin Luther King. We have this disgusting mess. This very, very disgusting mess. I don't like this. It's gross. This really all depends on Tenebria doing insane amounts of damage, applying a crazy amount of debuffs, and otherwise being incredibly strong.
어디 한번 받아봐. 피할 수 없는
I don't know. Like an effort was made of some nature, I guess. You did a thing. Oh, he might actually get a turn. It's okay, don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Do not worry about it. I have no idea what she does. But she does something.
그 시간 가둬드리죠.
That doesn't do damage. Oh, but look, it stunned a whole bunch of them. That's useful, right? Like that's good. Right? Okay. We're in the business. We are in the business. Yeah, we are in business. Actually, nothing can go wrong whatsoever. Alright, let's activate this because I have no idea what's going to happen. Okay, so you get, after inflicting rupture on all enemies, attack all enemies. Okay, I mean, that's what it says on the tin. 6,000, 9,000, almost 10,000. Crazy. She's dead. Whatever. It happens. This dude has almost 30,000 health. That's just crazy. Well, it's a good thing that we have a 40% chance to escape this. Ow. Neat. LOL. Check that out, though. Alright, well, guess we'll just get back all of our shit. Alright, let's see what kind of crazy damage this one can dish out. Oh, she can just reapply this. Okay. Yeah, like that. Why would you even consider doing something so disgusting as putting holy sacrifice on fucking Mort? I guess nobody uses Euphine anymore, so why not? I didn't even get to use her skill 1. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. I mean, there was damage. Right? Like she did something, I guess. Like she existed. That's impressive, right? Kindly Kai. Do I really want to try to speed race this one down? What? What? Dude, you're not sending your best. I don't think Tenebria gets to do anything. I don't know, maybe Mort just kills everyone with a counterattack anyways. Wow, look, it's sacrifice. So this is sleep redirected. Does taunt work on him? Yeah, taunt I think works on him, doesn't it? No, prevents movement. No, yeah, it does work on him. But you have to roll the dice, so it's not really worth it. So I feel like if you're gonna do anything, you're better off just doing this. Yeah? No, he's gonna shield this damage. She also revives for, I don't know, some reason. 11,000 damage. It's, I don't feel like it's quite as disgusting as the green Litica, but I would say that, fuck this. I would say that, she's probably more useful. Like, I feel like, there's probably ways I can cheese these if I, like, switched all my gear onto like I basically run like a 3-man cleaving comp, and I'd have to take the gear off of like Ran, and I don't know, I would need some way to apply armor break to them without using Ran. is basically what it is. And the 4th slot would have to go to Fifi's, so we just take the hit from her. Or even like Elvira, just whatever to negate her, right? But then we need a way to apply armor break to all of them. Or at least to him, right? So that almost would be like, you need to have like Briarwitch's area as your fastest and a soul burn on her. So you could put the book on the 4th character, like Fifi's, I think, can you? I don't know, that might be mage only actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I never use that. Yeah, I did get some random one. I guess we don't see it because it's locked. Yeah, no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. This one. Yeah, it is mage only. Okay, well, you could still bring a mage with that. You would probably bring, like, I don't have him, but ML Ludwig. And you'd have ML Ludwig with ML Briarwitch's area. Briarwitch's area would be your initiator. You would take the hit from her and absorb the damage using Fifi's. Or you would use Elvira or whatever to prevent her from getting it at all. And Briarwitch's area would put armor break on this one, ignoring her evasion. So she just dies. And then he dies and she dies to Ludwig. And then you could bring like ML Pavel to be 100% sure that they fucking die. And then Pavel gets boosted up by a skill 2. So if he has like Holy Sacrifice, Pavel just finishes him off. You would do that for any composition that doesn't have her. With her, you need a tanking composition. Like what I used before. With like Rowena. You know, I don't think Dark Corvus is actually really that good for that. I think that if she has injury, it's not as useful because Dark Corvus can't really do much damage, and outside of his ult, he doesn't do anything anyways. And he gets stunned by Mort. So there's probably like a better tank-related composition when I'm doing. But I literally will just skip those comps. Except everyone uses it because why wouldn't you use that? Like, it's the stupidest shit ever. Why wouldn't you use it? Like, of course you're gonna use it. Why wouldn't you? Do you... Which composition do you think looks the strongest here? It's definitely his. This one's a piece of shit. I hate her guts so much. Wait, who the fuck has her buff? Who's in the back line? Why is it her? I don't know. This is a non-combat, which means Celine will fuck this up, but holy shit, though. Yeah, no, you can't... Abyssal Crown is not best in slot on her, because Abyssal Crown will not proc on that. Right? I just realized. I thought that was an attack before when I was sending out her gear. Abyssal Crown will not proc on this. It'll proc on her skill 2 and skill 1, but... no. That could actually be really bad. Don't worry about it. Alright, now you gotta worry about it. Para is definitely dead. Oh, look at that damage. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I didn't think we would win against that, but it's in part because of the combat readiness boost. I forget where that comes from. There was some RNG associated, but there's probably a way I can do this though. I think there's likely to be a way I can do this. I just have to. I'll have to do some adjustment here. How big of a difference does this make for Straz, I wonder? Well, he's got attack and he's got crit, but there's no damage or defense break. I don't think he needs that anymore, does he though? Like, she will die right away. Okay. But look at that though. Like, he didn't do anything. Right? Like, he didn't even kill her. He has basically the best buffs you could possibly give him. He has like just about the best gear I could possibly give him. And he couldn't even kill a Euphine. That was already quite low. I'm really not impressed by this shit. Just No.
당신의 심장
She does so much fucking damage, and it's just not enough against these hyper tanks. Absolutely insane. How are you not fucking dead?
피할 수 없는 극복해야죠.
You're dead.
많이 아프니?
Go for it. Bonk.
안심하면 후회하지.
Your damage is just... It's not very good. I don't know, like Straz just didn't do anything. It was not very useful. When attacked, does that mean that she will double proc it? Would that happen?
꼭 싸워야 한다면 정말 승리사도 희망은 튀어나오는 법이죠. 몸 좀 풀어야겠네. 가장 뜨거운 불꽃으로.
Man, why are you so high up? I don't understand that. I don't even gotta bother using that right now because it's like they're already stunned.
울지 못했는데
Yeah, now you did damage.
해치워야겠어. 차.
She's still gonna get her ult off though.
전부 불타버릴 때까지. 안심하면 후회하겠네. 보여주고 싶은
Or is she? Or is she?
여기서 가져.
No, she still gets it off. I thought she purged when her thing activated, but it's when her turn comes up. Rip. We'll never get to find out if the double prog dream is real or not. Because I was thinking, you know, you could get a lot of damage out of SBA procking her shit. Right? Like, the two of them together would be a lot. The hell is this? I gotta do this. This is so bizarre, I have to do it. It's like all evasion. It's just pure fucking evasion. Evasion, and it'll be like all counterattack. Wait, he doesn't have evasion. When does he get evasion? Oh, is it innate now? They remove the buff? You know, it's been so long since I've used Remnant and Violet, I forget how he fucking works. Yeah, evasion, it was a buff, right? So they changed it to not be a buff anymore? Is that what happened? When did they do? I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. I honestly just legitimately expect that Briar Witch's area to also be... By the way, he's... he's stunned.
여기까지 오셨으니 세계의 이면을 보여드리죠.
Oh, wow.
누구부터
It turns out she has higher than like 50% effect resist. I'm really impressed by that, actually.
자.
Oh, she has Bastion of Hope. That would definitely help. Never mind. So many of them were stunned anyways, it just didn't matter. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were ahead. Oh, no, yeah. No. Yeah, no. No, we're good. She might just kill them all straight up. That would be definitely a Sag. That's the risk that we run, though. I'd have to, like, nerf her gear. Alright.
비명을 질러도 좋아요.
Wait. Oh, right. The one is immune. She's immune. I forgot that.
너였구나.
She's immune to everything.
모두를 지키는
Oh, the Luca is gonna remove everything. Or is she? Fuck that bitch. Bye. Okay, well, you know what? We tried. Get a load of these nuts. Wait. Why do you have so much health? Oh shit, are you health steal? Uh-oh. Is she health steal? We might lose just because of that, honestly. Hang on, I want to figure out how her shit activates. When the enemy is defeated, inflict okay. That's the wrong one. After an okay, never mind then. Don't worry about it. I think that she builds defense, and that's kind of why they didn't do anything. Oh, you weren't effective. That's unfortunate. Bye, I guess. He doesn't remove buffs, does he? So they just like hard counter him. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. A counterattack is definitely gonna fuck us up here, though. All right. Do you think that she just died? I think she just dies, frankly. Who is best to get rid of here? She is gonna get ahead of him, I'm pretty sure. She is also like molasses dirt fucking slow. But we are also dirt fucking slow. We'll take the L and try this. Oh god. Ah, no. Alright, she didn't die. Oh god. Ah, jeez. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Yo, check this out. These nuts! 10,000 damage. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck I won that fight. We need Knockwall to go first because I think she's the one who can actually get rid of some of their garbage. Never mind. You're not supposed to be ahead. Like, that's just wrong. Okay, whatever. Check this out. We didn't do anything to her, which is kind of an issue, but I'll try to apply. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we did do something to her. That was good. I don't know what's going on, but I think it's working out. Oh, the resistance really sucks for her skill too, though, huh? Bye, I guess. He did not have the ding dong. Check this out. Oh. A little bit of a cock slap there, huh? Yo, check this out, though. Oh, God. She's gonna transfer all of her buffs. Debuffs. Or is she? Yeah, she's just fast enough. Alright. We've got some shit on us now. Go for this one. Oh, no dual attack, huh? Alright, how about you? Yeah. Yeah, check that out.
피할 수 없다면 극복해야죠.
어릿광대 같으니
Oh. Ooh. Mmm. Ah.
방심하면 후회할
Don't worry about it.
거야.
Turn some of that frown upside down. Yeah. Check out that combat readiness, though. This is the power of meme magic. Absorb. His damage seems kind of trash. I remembered it being higher, but he is also using, like, substantially better gear before. Her skill 2 does a lot, though. Like, she actually does a spike of damage with that skill 2. Her skill 1 can do a little bit as well. It's actually kind of surprising. Her gear is kind of like borderline luxury gear, but please get ahead of them. Please be ahead of all of them. I'm begging you. I'm fucking goddamn it. It may not make a difference. What I really wanted was to put seal on some dudes. Yeah, see, I wanted to seal her for that exact reason. But it didn't work because I'm never that lucky. Immunity. Ah, no. I forgot this guy even exists in the game. She's gonna one-shot us. Oh, no. I fucked. Eh, don't worry. She'll just revive him. No, she already burned her thing, didn't she? Did she? No, she burned her skill too. The problem with this group is that other than Tenebria, we don't have a way to get rid of their buffs. Which was kind of the thing I made the mistake about. Is... I mean, she can too, I guess, but... Alright, well... We're somehow alive at the moment, but... She's gonna be dead. No, no. There we go. This is an extra turn. Interesting. Shit. That's what I was worried about. She still has her... She refreshed it so soon. What is the cooldown on her skill 2? I can't see, but... It's way lower than I thought it was. I thought it was like a 5 or 6 turn cooldown. So... The problem every single composition like this I run with Amid, the problem I have is the order of operations gets so absolutely fucked. It gets absolutely fucked, and then I don't get her to go first. That like consistently fucking happens constantly. It's actually really annoying. It's really, really irritating. What's her face just removes things arbitrarily, and you can't get rid of her. Shit. Alright, see, now this here, this is perfect. So what we do in this case is, we can use this, I guess. Fuck it. We'll use that. That's just so that the cooldown thing for her skill 1 is up, right? That's really the only reason. But what we do here, this is an order of operations, so we kill this one first. Yeah, like that. Never mind. No worry. It was a disaster. Always bet on nothing. Always bet on nothing. Always bet on nothing. Always bet on nothing. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You're a bitch. Get fucked. There is, however, a point in using this. Bitch. Fuck that fucking dick leg noodle man. Now she can't do anything. Don't worry about it. Look, you can use your ult.
이걸로 끝이야.
There's not much point in doing it, but go ahead for it. Just kill her first. Just apply bombs. Easy clap, easy clap, easy clap. Hey, look at this one. Look at this one. I like your style, friend. But I hate to inform you that there is a character that exists in this game called Elena. I could use her in this, but there's another way I could do this too.
몸 좀 풀어야겠네.
Yeah, 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 yeah. You ever think that maybe speed RNG is stupid? There's no way that she's fucking faster than Knockable. God damn it. Suck on those nuts, you fuckface. Fucking cunt. Asshole bitch. Yeah, fuck you, leather man. Go to the back of the bus. Yeah, Daz right. Daz right. Get a load of dis. I hate your balls.
해치워야겠어.
Just stop balling me. Fuck you, man.
잘못 걸렸어.
I've got bombs. Do you have bombs? Do I have bombs? He's going to go. Fuck him. Fuck him. Just fuck him. Fuck you too. Go to the back of the bus. I don't want it to deal with you. No. You don't get to do that. This is my door build.
잔 엇보였어.
No more combat readiness. How fast do you think he is? Fast enough to evade a dragon strike? She still got ahead of me. I don't know who's gonna die, but someone's gonna die.
어디 한번
It's gonna be her. Bye. One shot at LOL. Everyone squished, so this probably one shots everyone else. Yeah. I can't believe I have to run an actual character to deal with that. I pulled out my one character that's above the speed of a starter account. That was an unnecessary amount of damage.
좀 아플 거야.
Alright, well. Why did you still get it ahead of her? I'm green. You should have been dropped back. That's unfair. She's supposed to have been dropped down so she doesn't get her turn. That's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work, but it doesn't. You know, you could almost do it this way. Almost. He still does too much damage. Even though he doesn't do damage, he still takes off 50% of her health because he does too much damage. Oh right, armor break doesn't matter because she never mind. She removes the armor break anyways. I forgot about that. It's kosher. I'm gonna pretend she doesn't exist for a little while. Because I don't know what I'm gonna do about this other bitch. Oh, resist. 15%! 15%! Always bet on nothing! 15%! 15%! Always bet on nothing. I don't have enough to refresh anymore. I'm all out of jujubes. Listen, there's a good reason why I quit last time, and that is because of that character, because of her. Because she's basically no fun allowed. I have to bring the Zeo composition into it. I have to bring Zeo into this, and I have to do this one specific fucking way to win. And that just... Like, you just do the one fucking thing. That's crazy, though, that she can do so much damage, even without the extra bonus from that busted fucking artifact they added, that she can deal, like, 5,000-6,000 damage before that, and it just adds, like, another, like, 8,000-10,000 damage on its own. While she is just, like, immune to everything. If I had ML Luna, obviously that just trivializes the whole thing, right? Because it's all passives. So ML Luna just kind of like removes all... I don't have her, but if I did, then that's another easy way. Obviously, it's not a very difficult composition. It is difficult when you're trying to do what I'm trying to do. Which is... It's goofy. I mean, I'm kind of surprised to have her doing as much damage as she does. Her stats are pretty crappy. Obviously, she wants to have way more effectiveness than this. I would need way better gear to do what I'm doing. Obviously, this is a piece of shit. This is a piece of shit. There's also the fact I'm missing crit chance, which definitely doesn't help my case at all. This is a piece of shit, too. Wow. What yeah, my gear is not very good. I think to do this the way I'm wanting... I would have to run something like see, I want to have enough effectiveness to apply that debuff on the skill 2 while also doing a lot of damage. So speed isn't an issue for this. If we're doing this just like a one-trick pony, then speed isn't too big of an issue. I can basically ignore speed because I can use Hwayoung to boost her, or I can use Amid to boost her with those kinds of compositions. Again, if you had Luna, it suddenly makes things a lot easier because Luna can boost Hwayoung. Luna's skill 3 is a non-combat, right? I'm honestly really shocked that she gets as much damage out of that as she does. It's a lot higher than I was thinking it was going to be. See, really, like, the biggest weakness I have with trying to do things this way is I just don't have destruction rings. Like, I have to pull one off of another character that kind of needs it. But none of them are actually really good either. Like, this is the best. Right? And this one's garbage. 79. Like, a lot of these characters are using very garbage gear. I mean, this wouldn't be bad for this build, but this is my Banshee one-shot, right? So I don't really want to use that. And the itemization on it is not great, where we would wish that this was speed and that we had a bit more crit chance for this to work. Because our boots have a lot of stats in them, and she absolutely serves no real purpose. Like, why not just bring SBA? Just bring SBA. SBA is just stronger. And the only real advantage that you have with her is the fact that this is a non-combat. So there's probably some case, I can't really think of at the top of my head, where this would be good. Like, for example, I'm thinking Green Senya. If you're running a bunch of non-combats against a Green Senya. But I think you just take ML Luna and just seal her and prevent her from doing anything anyways. That seems more valuable than stunning her, just for her to remove it anyways. I guess it depends on the interaction of block. Block is nice, but I just don't interact with the groups that much to really, like, tell you. I'm really surprised she's doing almost like 10,000 damage on some of these hits, though. That's kind of crazy. Those modifiers are way higher than I'm expecting. She didn't have to work that hard to get those modifiers either. This gear is kind of shit. I think if you had just like a Guild Wars situation where you ran out of a proper cleaver, like every now and then something would happen and like Elena or Pavel would die. It was quite rare, but it could happen. and you just needed to have someone that could do some damage and take out some of the not like hyper tank comps, but something that can pair up with Rand well, then she would work for that. She would work well in my old comps for as a backup cleaver like that. I mean, she's pretty quick. She's about as quick as my green Pavel used to be, maybe a little bit faster. Her damage was definitely high though. The burn damage was a lot higher than I was thinking it was going. Those two make a good combination because of that. Just cycling CC is always good, and she gives her more proc chances. I don't think I ever entered a portion where we could see that double dip though, because I think that if this hits and then the AoE hits, each and every single one will proc that. I don't know. It's I'm just getting kind of like gear checked by some of that those heroes just aren't fast enough to actually be relevant against those compositions, which is kind of what I expected. I just kind of wish that with an account as old as mine and how much time and effort I've put into the gear, that it wasn't such a fucking shit show, because I guarantee you every single one of the dudes that I've fought that I had some degree of difficulty with using these meme compositions, I guarantee you each and every single one of these guys that their account is a lot newer than mine is, and that they probably have like half or less of the playtime on it. Now if I had this character, she's just fucking busted as all hell. But I want to know what happens when you have two of them. Obviously you just run her all damage, just pure fucking damage, just crit damage, health, Abyssal Crown. Some people ran injury on her, which was for like the more tank exchanges, but I don't know. I think I would try to find more interesting ways of being scummy than doing it that way. For having a fourth fucking Tenebria, she doesn't really seem to do anything very iconic or interesting though. It's not like she probably shouldn't just fucking turn the game upside down like some of these other heroes have. She doesn't really seem to have a place against the current meta. Like, you can't really use her against the Harsetti teams. You can't use her against the young Senya teams. You definitely can't use her against the two of them. She just doesn't matter if she has health or not. You're using her to speed race existing groups, so you're just in that case where if you're not fast enough, right, then that doesn't work. My Sid's slower as a result. He also doesn't have max crit, but see, it works! It works! She just has to do something to her that is actually useful, and not 15%. Yeah, like that. Something got 15%, and I don't know what the fuck it was, but let me just kill this one. Or not, I guess. LOL. I don't like this. She didn't get stunned. I'll just kill her. She's gonna do a thing. We have to focus on her then. Alright. Oh, she didn't die though. I think we might be okay. I don't know. Are we okay? We still have to kill the Yuffie. She didn't die again. What the hell? She didn't die. The fact that she didn't die was where the disaster happened. Listen, a win's a win. Stupid as it is. And the Politis was tankier than expected, but it didn't matter because the Yuffie was one of the only Yuffies that doesn't have the revive artifact. So I have this quick battle thing. And they've locked it behind Skystone currency. Because they can't add anything to this game without thinking, how can we be the scummiest pieces of shit imaginable? Before, they wouldn't give you something like this because their excuse behind shit like 15% and stuff like that is that it would influence the economy of the game. Because suddenly people would be able to get shit at a reasonable speed if there wasn't unreliability in it that only influenced new accounts, as opposed to people who are actually farming this regularly, like me. So they gave up on that. They left 15% in the game, and then they added this instead. It's a weird reversal of mindset that has no real common sense behind it in the context of everything else, because the developer is just that incompetent and inconsistent about what they do. And you really love how these events always give you these 88 items so you can't reforge them. You get all these reforged materials and other shit, and you can't reforge the items that it's giving you because they have a decent stat spread. And in theory, if you had an account that wasn't cursed like mine is, you could get shit off of it. And then you've got this. You've got this. Doesn't give you a skin or anything. It just gives you more shitty gear you're probably going to end up vendoring. And then 2 mana selection stone. It is very reminiscent of what Mihoyo does. Mihoyo, they're a very, very stingy company. Very, very stingy. They absolutely hate free-to-play people. They despise them. But they're not capable of giving you anything in the game that would actually encourage you to spend money. I don't know a person who would ever spend money on anything like this. Because the prices simply aren't reasonable, and what you get for it is not reasonable. Now, I understand the whole gambling thing and the fact that these games haven't been smacked down by regulation yet due to the fact that lawmakers are basically just grifting pieces of shit on their own who don't understand anything about technology. But boy, it can't come soon enough. It can't come soon enough. I'll be so happy when gacha is finally fucking dead. I'm sure whatever replaces it will be even more cancer. The battle pass thing in general is just cancer. We're going to be metasizing new and advanced forms of cancer. I'll literally just cleave it. You have problems with this composition? Just cleave it. Just cleave it. I can cleave it any number of ways. Just cleave it. That's what you do. You just cleave it. I don't understand why everything in this game has to give themselves combat readiness. Why you did not regulate this insane power creep you've got going on. Oh, I know, because you don't know what you're doing. Hee hee. And at the end of the day, you just use Pavel anyways, because why would you try anything new? Because you've made this solution so insanely powerful. I really, 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 really like that they just have to give everything combat readiness, counterattack, extra damage, and all this other shit just for the fuck of it. Like, it's just for the fuck of it. That's why this Hwayoung is so absurd, is because that's just where the power creep is at this point. She lived, she revived, she did 80 million damage, and it still didn't matter. And then this is like, okay, we don't like you using cleaving anymore. So we're going to remove cleaving from the game at this point. How the hell would you ever cleave this without having her? I would need to have Luna. I would need to have her at probably like 300 speed. And then she would need to have at least like 200% effectiveness. That's the median I'd be going for. And then if you want her to do damage, she has to have health too. Which, not on my gear. I couldn't even get her to 300 speed. If I got her right now, if they're going to flip the shop in a day or two, and if she's there, I'm going to get her. She probably won't be. But if she was, I'd get her. And what would I gear her with? How would I make her useful? I couldn't actually physically gear her. I don't have the gear for her. Even if I strip other units. Ran is the only fast character I've got. It's honestly just a little silly. It's just a little silly. It's just a little silly. And then we've got this. I like this because it's so bizarre. It is very, very strange. And I'll literally just do the same thing I've been doing. I can't believe I've been using this exact same composition. A year later, it's still just as reliable against anything that they just flat out decided has to make cleaving not exist. I can replace Hwayoung with anything I want at this point. She just adds the extra LMAO where she one-shots Screen Litica with 22,000 damage right out of the gate. Like, who knows if she's as good for her intended function whenever she has actual gear and not what I'm using. But everything else doesn't catch up to that power creep. And that is so unnecessary for her to do so much damage. Just extremely unnecessary. Here's a speed imprint ran. There's this one. This here, I'm gonna cheese it. Okay? I'm gonna cheese this one. I wish I had a bait for her that wouldn't die in like one hit, but chances are if I just bring Amid, she's gonna be faster than Amid. That's what I'm expecting anyways. But I mean, you literally just like, you look at this, it's just like, okay, just bring Ran. I don't want to run a gauntlet on the RNG, just bring Ran. Look, I could have brought anything into this. He doesn't have gear on his units. She doesn't have any gear. It's kind of funny because when you do that, when you do it this way, you just bump her ahead. So if I had some other unit here, that's actually not what you would want to do. You wouldn't want to do that. Because her problem isn't necessarily just her tankiness. It's the fact that every single time you hit her, look at this, she's almost at 300 speed now. Right? Like, that's the main issue with that hero. Is that even when you hit her with Knockwell's skill 1 to reduce her combat readiness, she just flies ahead anyways. See, look at this. This is unnecessary. These two heroes just give themselves so fucking much. They just give themselves so fucking much. Look at their speeds. They're both right at the top. This is so unnecessary, especially when she reduces his damage by like half or more. Oh, I did 10,000 damage. Okay. And there's no cooldown for it, right? Like, there's no cooldown for it. It's just, you touch me, I gain combat readiness. Every time. I've come into this, and I've tried out some meme compositions. I've tried out some non-meme compositions. And every step of the journey, I've been asking myself, why would I ever change what I was doing before? Tanking doesn't work, so why would I tank them down if I can avoid it? And this is why I'll never, like, World Arena is like, I'll never bother now. There's no point. There is just actually no point. I fucked up, actually. I'm supposed to have... I don't, like, why do I bother... Why would anybody bother using a hero that has evasion in this game? Oh, you also proc a dual attack. That's the exclusive equipment. So now she will one-shot everyone. Oh, that was exciting. I'm glad we had a lot of fun. Oh, she gave herself immortality a second time. What was that from? Oh, they really did. They changed her so she got immortality a second time. The 5-star doesn't get that benefit, of course. Right. Like, why would she get that benefit? Why would she get that benefit? Why would a 5-star get that benefit? Why would you give her that to begin with when she doesn't need it? Because you didn't know how to make her stronger and someone complained at you, so now you're gonna do it this way. Okay, 15%, I guess, but... No, he will. I thought we reduced his turns. Alright, everyone is now stunned. Our gameplay experience was most certainly enriched at that point. I can't get over how tanky is going on. There's an Arias, but there was so much armor on her. Just stun everything. It's basically de facto cleaving. You can't do that against the Senya groups though, because she just arbitrarily removes all debuffs. Like when we do that, it kind of like really highlights just how utterly busted this character is. It's 2 days left. I'll try 1 or 2 rounds. Let's see how stupid this is. There's no way she's faster than me. I don't care about her. So I'll just remove this one. Well. Unless this dude's a legend account, it's just Jover. We just kind of sit back and smoke weed for a little bit. You won't even live long enough to see Pavel's damage. Who else do I have as fast? Like actually fast. I guess I can take the this dude that's quick. His Straz is actually really fast. Look how fast his Straz is. I'm going to remove this one, I guess. The guy trying to use Straz as his initiator was pretty funny. I have to admit, I didn't expect to see that. The changes to his scaling might make him better against DPS groups. Man, she's abnormally fast too. I don't know about that one. No, I should have removed a bunch of their turns.
난 언제나 전력을 다해. 조금
내겠다. 그릇의 차이를 보여주마.
Oh, that didn't work out. Alright, well, that's over. It is crazy how busted that hero is. If you just don't put armor break on her. Just the combat readiness increase is so insane. It might have been better just to ignore the Senya because she, well, with the what's her face, the Senya probably would have done a lot of damage. That's kind of part of the problem, is I don't really have the tools to deal with some of this.
해보자는 거지?
더 상대해야 할까요?
That was a lot of damage.
폴리티아에 존재하는 모든 것은 제 통제하에 있답니다.
Okay. Well, now we know what she does. She has a soul burn for extra turn. I didn't know that. I could have just killed her, but I didn't think she was going to be that dangerous.
패배의 감정을 깊이 새겨보라.
감히? 그럼
어디 한번 받아봐.
다시 싸울 테니.
대충하고 밥 먹으러 가자. 어떤 파도든 뛰어넘어주지.
각계 전투 실시.
Okay, well. Did we run into that combo before? I feel like that's familiar, but I don't actually really know what she does. So I guess we kind of have to ban all random, all mid if we see that combo, because I just don't really know what she does. Her immunity thing doesn't matter, but the other thing gives her the extra turns. So. So I'm gonna knock her as far down as possible so that she doesn't really get a chance to do that much. Apparently that instantly procs her.
기합을 넣고 덤벼보라고.
Well, okay then.
좀 아플 거야.
Bye.
어떤 식으로 상대해줄까? 승부의 한가는 언제나 찰나의 순간에 결정하겠지.
저를 보러 오셨나요? 들리나요? 당신을 위한 진영이고.
오랜만에 힘 좀 써볼까?
Yeah, whatever.
기다렸지? 내가 왔어. 옳지 않다.
쓰럽든
지켜봐줘요, 달님.
That one actually has
보여주지.
nonsense on her.
피하는 게
전 죽어야만 끝이 날 거야.
짐에게
That's kind of sad, honestly.
영광으로 알아.
Yeah, well.
아직도
Chatty wins the day in the end.
진짜가 남았나?
쓸어버려.
Oh, wow. He is still faster than me in spite of the speed imprint. That's kind of interesting. I mean, these dudes are probably all whales that have been here for a while, so. Well, I mean, obviously that's a dude that has, like, actual gear. Right?
자, 누구부터 처리해?
Unlike me. I bet his account is only like a year old at most, too. I would bet good money on that. Oh, she's also counter. Okay.
아직은 견딜 수 있다.
That's kind of interesting, I suppose.
후회하지 않을 텐가? 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
What does she do? She doesn't have much health, but she didn't take that much damage overall. She has no effect resist.
죽을 좀 되었다면
Is she a specialty change or just a generic 3-star?
몸좀 풀어야겠어. 자, 기대해. 불꽃놀이 시간이야. 고통스럽고.
오늘 임무는 뭐죠?
Huh.
풀어야겠네.
Alright, well.
의뢰를 끝내야겠어. 우리 용병단의 승리야.
That was closer than I thought it was going to be. And it only put me into silver. Is there really any point in bothering at that stage? Like, the competition is definitely infinitely stronger than it used to be in terms of gear. Everyone's accounts have kind of like gentrified over the years. And mine has kind of like remained static. So, particularly after I got Pavel, I used to enjoy quite a bit of supremacy at this stage. Even against higher end accounts. But now most of the beginners and the mid-range people have quit. Understandably so.
극복해야죠. 힘을 나눠드릴게요. 넉넉하지 말라고. 버틸 수 있겠어? 꼭 싸워야 한다면
That's really unnecessary.
유구히 숨기는 힘이 업보이 불필요한 다툼이 드디어 끝났네요.
What is it, like 2,000 points to get to Masters or something? And I didn't even place into gold? I expected to have drafting problems, but I was losing drafts even I thought I was going to win in. Just because their gear was so crazy. The fact the guy outsped my imprinted Sid Ran really says a lot. That was just fucking insane. Never seen something that nuts before. I don't know, maybe going for Zio first is bad. Like, I bet he takes Hwayoung by doing this. No, she doesn't give combat readiness is kind of her thing. And she doesn't remove debuffs either. So as long as they're not too far ahead, the buffs are not really that big of a deal. Alright, I'll pop this. Just for the invincibility, actually. That wasn't really that much damage. I expected her to kill these two. Well, at least kill this one, because of the... But man, that is a lot of damage. Wow. It's pretty crazy, huh?
감당할 수 있겠어?
There's some RNG. I don't know. I don't know what that hero does. Apparently a lot of bonus damage. And also immortality. And also dual attack. I don't know, that was weird. I was definitely confused by that. If he's wise, he should ban that one. But he might ban Pavel too. I don't know what she does. I think she gives Yat more combat readiness. All the new heroes seem to be really, really obsessed with combat readiness. King Fluffles. Psst, look how little. She just basically went nowhere. Because of her innate combat readiness boost. Combat readiness and counterattack. Imagine my shock.
이걸로 버스 가요. 아직 뭔가 안 풀렸으니까.
감히 짐에게
Well.
대항하겠다고. 무모하고 어리석구나.
지켜봐줘요, 달님. 고통의 순간이고 아름다운
Man, why do all the heroes in this game do so much damage on counterattack. Like, what the fuck? Look at this. What the fuck? Literally 1v4. This is really stupid.
저를 부르셨나요?
Her counter just goes through all of the armor. Like, why? Why would you do this? That is so much worse than counter RB ever was. They really made something hyper cancer, didn't they?
헐분이 전부
Wow. She is somehow faster.
저의 비밀을 알리세요. 돌려보낼 수 없어요.
난 언제나 전력을 다하고 승부의 순간 언제나 찰나의 순간에 결정하지.
몸좀 풀어야겠어. 이걸 준비는 되셨습니까? 제가 공격할까요? 실례합니다. 이거 양단. 상대는요?
악연을 끝낼 때가 당신이 기뻐한다면 전 그걸로 됐어요.
The fact they give you a 295 speed or whatever Ace said that is really stupid. Also, that guy still outsped me. I think the Shuri might give a speed imprint, I'm not sure, but holy shit. I can't believe we're getting outsped by people in silver. It took until gold before, or the placements. In silver, I'm getting outsped all over the place. I don't know what the hell the soul burn on the what's-her-face was supposed to do. That was kind of strange. Doesn't seem like too many people are trying to run Ran anymore. I don't feel like I need to first pick Ran.
감히
I might be able to go like Zeo and do a DPS and then pick Ran at the end or something like that.
두려워하라. 짐의 심판.
PH Saints.
어떤 식으로
Wow, okay.
조금 진지해져 볼까?
Does she just gain combat readiness every turn?
아플 거야.
Oh. I don't. Yeah, she gains combat readiness every turn.
됐겠지.
It's another one that does that.
깊이 새겨보라.
감히 그럼 어디 나 별의 효가 있어. 성전이 시작되는군요. 당신이 지금 수많은 죄 회개할 시간입니다. 감히
굴복하지 말도록.
She only reduces turns, so the fact they're giving all these multi-turn buffs is kind of silly.
불굴의 의지.
She's gonna try to one-shot the Hwayoung,
승리를 쟁취합니다.
which, of course, the tank gets the one-shot. Now she will soul burn and do
보기 싫다.
something here.
주제를 모르는
지옥에 온 것을 환영한다. 동작 그만! 넌 이제 안전하다.
Okay,
머리 아픈 걸 질색.
that's interesting.
벗어날 수 없을 것이다. 귀찮게 구는군. 너희를 상대한다. 내게는 시간 낭비일 뿐이다. 주제를 모르는
Wow, he gets so many turns.
뻔하고 멍청한 행동. 나한테 통하지 않는다. 혼자서도 충분하다.
What the fuck? Why does she get so much?
이렇게 움직였다가는
Is that giving combat readiness too? Is that what's happening?
무림치게 될 거다.
That's kind of broken. She got like what, like 6-7 turns in a row or something? I don't even know how to even predict how broken this is at this. That was a lot of turns. Holy shit. She only had the speed buff and the damage buff. She just kept getting turn after 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 turn. Like, at no point did I get to interact with the game as soon as the one character got a turn. I don't even know what to even say about that. It's really just mind-blowingly stupid. But not too surprising at this point. I go off. She went for that one. Wait, what? What? What was that? That was bizarre.
머리 곱슬이네. 루아가 싫다고? 날 좋아하지 않고는 못 되겠다.
Oh, look, 15%. We got 15%ed. Okay. All right, no, that's it. That's all I'm doing. If I wanted to climb to Masters, I would have to actually figure out what half of these units do. And everyone's gear is too strong at this point for me to deal with it anyways. And there's like no reward for it. The skin you get out of this isn't worth it. There is actually no point in bothering with this anymore at this stage. I kind of gotten the full extent of what I care about out of this experience. I mean, learning the so-called meta, what tries to pass off as a meta in this game, is one thing. But man, those heroes, some of those heroes are absolutely busted. The ML add-in, unshockingly, is busted. I can't use most of my heroes. I don't know what I would do. I would have to basically re-gear just about everything I have. I would have to take all the gear off of like SBA, off of Pirate Captain Flan and everything like that, and try to put it on like, I don't know, maybe Tenebria. I would have to gear out ARAM, all random, all mid. I would have to do quite a bit of changes to even attempt to interact with some of those compositions. When in reality, I would just, in effect, be basically performing a quick time event. That's what it ultimately amounts to, is I would be performing a quick time event. I expected to see way more young Senya, but maybe people figure out you can ban it out. But they basically can, like if they take young Senya and 2 greens, they basically can make an unwinnable comp. Because more, when you can like pre-ban some shit, more becomes too dominant because of his 2-turn stun. That stuns shit that's unstunnable. And it's not like I can see sometimes what composition they're going to kind of go to, even if I don't understand what the heroes do. I can't like turn around and be like, okay, I'm going to go for a bruiser tank composition because, well, look at my gear. We did get some free gear that I could redistribute, but I don't get that much out of it, frankly. The fact that I can get such a huge speed initiative on some of the speed-oriented groups, but because of some technicality, like evasion, even against units with plus to hit, like Ran, and I can just lose just because of that, it does kind of bring me back to the days of like Rem and Violet, which were some of the least fun shit I had to deal with for quite a long time. It's just, well, you missed and he counterattacked. LOL. Well, you missed and he counterattacked. LOL. Well, you missed and he counterattacked. LOL. Some of the compositions we see are definitely different, and it's nice to see that some stuff can be done that makes some heroes viable. But it went from making them viable to making them overwhelmingly stupid. They went from being barely ever used and very niche to being insanely over the top. Increases combat readiness by 50%. That felt like a lot more than 50%. Like, maybe tone down your numbers by a lot so that you don't have to have shit that behaves like that. So that you're not pigeonholed into making things overwhelmingly binary in their interaction. But you're not going to do that. No, you've doubled down. You've doubled down. You have doubled down. I really just don't see a reason to interact with this game ever again. Like, why bother? Why fucking bother? There isn't any reward in it. I haven't been rewarded for the amount of time I've put into this. That's the best I can do. I can shuffle around gear here and there, and you know, I could like try to gear out that ML add-in and some other stuff. I'm not going to be able to compete from a gear perspective at this point. So like, why bother? I've invested my over 4 years into this product and I haven't been awarded for it. I came back after a year. I didn't have expectations. I'm not shocked by the outcome that, hey, you know, the stuff I had way back doesn't work. That's kind of like what I expected. But to see to the degree that things have changed, that they've become even more oppressive, is just goofy. But it's also the manner in which they are oppressive. It's not just there are new things, so stuff interacts differently and you kind of lose a lot of effective strength by that. No, it's things have changed in such a manner that have swung the pendulum so fucking far it broke off of its hitches, rammed up your asshole, crawled through your intestines, and then inseminated you. Sometimes you gotta rethink things through or figure out different strategies or whatever. I kind of went through the motions of that, and that can be interesting in some respect. But for the most part, the way in which those interactions occur doesn't feel fun. It just feels stupid. It feels really, really, really stupid. Because now the interaction to contend with certain behavior becomes very binary. You absolutely have to do it in this manner, or you just have one character solo your entire team. I don't know, man. It's kind of supposed to be like a team composition based fucking whatever. Right? When you can completely cripple the entire group, but the other one just rolls dice and just systematically kills everyone in your group. I don't know. That kind of feels... Maybe you should have rethought this out before ever pushing it to the public space. But it's been a constant issue with this game. You just thought Rem and Violet were kind of exceptions where they were like, this is a little stupid. So we're going to introduce like ML Elena and other shit like that, so maybe we don't have to deal with that anymore. And then it just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Drafting has always been quite simple. Now it's certainly not as simple anymore, which I think is a good thing. But man, the way in which we reached that point was completely unfucking necessary.